Commissioners, we are live now.
Fantastic.
What's that? Just enough chair.
Everybody ready? Doesn't really matter. We'll call this meeting of the Planning Commission to order at 7 p.m. If you'd stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thanks. Just to remind everybody, the role of the Planning Commission is to hold workshops to review and make recommendations to the City Council on all manner of policy and legislative activities. In some cases, we act as a quasi-judicial board for land use cases, which can then be appealed to either the council, the hearings examiner, or a court. Janice, would you call the roll?
Brian Matson.
Present.
Connie Taylor.
Present.
June Jones.
Present.
Tel Jensen.
Here I am.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Have we got any citizen communications for items not on the agenda?
No, not yet.
Anybody want to speak about something that's not on the agenda? All right. I'm going to remind you right now that if you do want to speak later on when we're talking about during the public hearing, if you would do us a favor and fill out one of those yellow cards. I think might have already been mentioned, but just in case, go ahead and do that and hand it to Janice, if you would. Thanks a lot. How many of those do we have, by the way? A lot?
About half a dozen.
About half a dozen? Okay, all right, great. Next up is consent items. First on there is approving the agenda.
I move we approve the agenda.
I second it. Okay, moved and seconded. I would suggest that we again postpone the election of officers. Okay, so.
I'll amend my motion to approve the agenda with the provision that we delay the election of a new chairman.
Can I assume you were moving to amend the motion?
That's what I said.
Not what you said, but can we get a second for that then?
I'll second it.
All right. All those in favor of amending the motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All right. Any more discussion about the main motion? All right. Let's vote then. All those in favor of approving the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thanks.
Can you make sure you're speaking to your mic?
Yep.
Thank you.
Of course. Move it right here just for that purpose. All right, next up we have a couple of meeting minutes we need to approve from our 2 meetings in March. Any interest in approving those minutes?
Chairman, I have some corrections to those minutes.
Okay, fantastic. Do you want to do those before we move to approve, or do you want to do it afterwards?
I want to do it before.
Okay, great. Let's do it.
All right. This has to do with the March 21st minutes, and it says under citizen communications for items not on the agenda. It states here that Darlene Johnson spoke about housing density and read a portion of a letter from Erica Rodman. I think this is vague, and I think the citizens want some detail about what people are saying. I am proposing that, because what she did, she spoke in opposition to the ratio of 60% single family to 40% high density, and she recommended a density ratio of 75 low density residential and 25 multifamily or high density. I think the minutes should reflect what our citizens say.
So what's your proposal? To change the minutes?
I'm proposing that we change to the language I just stated.
Okay. I'm firmly of the opinion that the minutes are not intended to be a summary of the meeting, but more of a table of contents.
So that's great. I think that's a great comment, because reading the minutes that we're going to get to next, I think we've varied from that concept of that the minutes should say, for example, June Jones of 315 Island Air Drive, Woodland, Washington, testified. That it shouldn't, we've talked about this, trying to summarize what people say as being very difficult. And I personally don't care for the fact that the addresses of people are not in the minutes.
Well, that kind of supports what I'm saying, too. It's so vague. I mean,
It either needs to be, they testified, this is who they are.
but as a citizen, if I read Darlene Johnson spoke about housing density and read a portion of a letter from Erica Rodman, that tells me nothing of where people stand or what the meeting is about.
But it does tell you where to go in the recording to make that determination for yourself, which I think is precisely the purpose of the minutes.
Do you think people really go back to and go to those recordings? I mean, I thought as a public body, people should have some idea what we're talking about.
Absolutely. So if they should attend, as these people have made time in their schedule to do, or listen to the recording. I don't think it's a good use of Janice's time to try to summarize what people say and risk mischaracterizing it.
But that's
I think
what
their words
she's
stand on their
doing.
own.
That's what she's doing.
I don't believe she is. No, I think she's doing a fantastic job.
Okay, Brian, what do you guys do down where you're from?
If I was Janice, I think it's a fine line between doing an outline or an agenda and then writing down everything verbatim. If you want more detail, where are you going to stop? Is kind of my word.
And I think it should be less detail.
Less detail?
I think it should be, this person testified, this is Skip Erling from Kelso testified. At this time, if I want to know what Skip Erling said, I should go to the tape. And that's what our procedures says that we're going to do.
So in
And
a
we're not
public
following
hearing,
our
we have
procedures.
people that have, somebody spoke in opposition or somebody was an advocate for something. So that only accounts, I have minutes here that say, this group spoke in opposition. How does that differ from somebody who stands up, takes their time to speak in opposition? Shouldn't it just say whether they're for, neutral, or against?
Well, I think sometimes it's not quite that clear. You have, I'm for except this, or I'm against except that. I think sometimes, if you want just a general opposition, like
I would like
after
to.
it,
I would like to know if they spoke for or against an issue. That's really what I want.
So like on page 4 of the packet in the minutes, it's the second page of the minutes. I don't know, about 8 lines down there, Sam Nigro spoke in opposition to the residential designation, and that was kind of it. It's pretty simple, straightforward. You want it
And that's
succinct like
straightforward.
that?
That's all I want, is some
Okay.
succinct, instead of spoke about housing density. I just think it makes these minutes and it more meaningful, and it reflects what the citizens are telling us.
Okay,
So I would just like something brief like that.
okay.
I think that's more acceptable, something brief after it than to try to go into someone that makes 6 or 7 points. I think that would be hard to encapsulate.
No, that's fine.
with-
All I'm trying to do is, I mean, this is an excellent example. Somebody spoke in opposition.
Okay, in this case, for our communication for items not on the agenda, is there, you initially proposed more detail, is there?
I will amend my motion to recommend that there's some level of discernment about what the person is speaking about. And I would agree with Travis that, as in the example of Sam, he spoke in opposition to the residential designation.
So, for example, how I would interpret that for the comment that you discussed, and that is, she read a portion of a letter from Erica Rodman regarding residential densities.
Recommending not high density, I'm Darlene Johnson. Recommending not having high
Thanks.
density residential in the area being considered. And
Thanks,
So that-
thanks,
I
Darlene.
was-
Can you hold on and, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't
We got a lot
want
of
to
folks
take,
here.
I know this is a busy meeting.
May
I guess I
comment,
will.
please?
Yes.
Usually what I'll do is I'll take the yellow cards and whatever is written down, I'll say they spoke about the. That's what they wrote on their card. I'm honoring what the citizen wrote on their card. So that's where I get that information from, is, if they spoke for or against a certain item, I'll write it that way. If they said housing density, okay, she spoke about housing density. I listen to the tape again, all the way through, and make sure I'm capturing as much as I can, but I'm relying on the citizens' cards to help me write down exactly what it was they spoke about.
Well, I guess
So-
I will.
I didn't make out it, so
Okay.
you couldn't have relied on mine.
Right.
Okay, well, I tried.
Well, I'm not going to, I'll rescind my motion, but let that be a lesson to all of you out there.
The cards are very helpful.
But I just say, it does not follow our procedures manual. What we are doing does not follow it. We've had this conversation a number of times because we got to the point where we weren't putting down anything, and Connie and I objected to that, and now we're doing this synopsis of what people said, and we're getting it wrong, and it seems like we are not being consistent, that we should be saying so-and-so testified at this time. This is their address. If you want to get their testimony, go to the tape. And we should not be trying to paraphrase what they testified about. We're missing the point.
That's a good reminder.
So the way the minutes are written are not accurate.
So would you like us to take another crack at them and bring them back to you next meeting?
I would like to take another crack at the minutes and bring them back at the next meeting, and that's my motion.
I'll second that.
All right. Motion's been made and seconded. Any thoughts on that, Brian?
I'm going to go with the flow on this.
Okay.
I don't see any reason to dig in over the minutes.
Okay, is that an onerous task for staff, or is that doable? All right, fantastic.
Who seconded that motion? I'm sorry.
Connie Taylor.
Thank you.
All right, in that case, is anyone opposed? Motion carries. Moving on. We have a public hearing.
No, we have minutes from the 28th.
I thought they were all going to be moved.
Did you understand that motion to include both minutes?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
I did.
really?
Fantastic.
I made the motion, I didn't understand that.
All right, before we go on then, is that all right with the rest of the commission, though? Both?
Yes.
Okay. June, you all right with that?
Well, there were other errors in the minutes for the 28th.
I think you'll have an opportunity to talk those over with
Do it
staff
again?
in the interim. All right. Public hearing. This is CPA-18-010/SEP-18-008. The city is updating the Woodland Comprehensive Plan Map to meet the goals, policies, and objectives of the comprehensive plan. The docket request reflects the cumulative map based upon the Commission's recommendations from the docket of cases, CPA 2018-002, CPA 2018-003, 005, 007, 008, 011, and 012, and includes redesignating approximately 31 acres of commercial to residential, 2.5 acres of industrial to residential, 0.5 acres of residential to industrial, and expanding the urban growth area by up to approximately 380 acres, including approximately 100 acres designated for commercial and industrial use. That's the longest one we've had in a while. Travis, I think you've got a staff presentation for us.
I do.
Fantastic.
For the record, my name is Travis Goddard. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Woodland, and this may be the last time you have to hear me say that for quite a while. So, the presentation that I have for you tonight is the city's, what we've been calling the docket map. It's taken all of the individual recommendations that you've made to me to this point are reflected in this single product that's before you tonight. And just to give you some background, this is the existing comprehensive plan map that we currently have adopted by the city. It was adopted in 2016, March 21st, 2016. And you'll recognize this. This is a throwback to one of our first presentations. The blue is industrial development that has occurred in 2018 up until, you'll see the date down there, August 29th. The green were the applicants who had requested comp plan amendments. The pink is commercial development within the city, and the yellow were residential projects that were on our radar at that point. You see all of the red stars? Those are actually the development applications that we have received since that date in August. So it gives you an idea of the amount of development activity that we are currently experiencing. So it gives you an idea of even the update since we last discussed this map. So going back to the comprehensive plan, table 3.1 is the planning assumptions and targets for our 20-year comprehensive plan. And at that time, we identified 124 acres of commercial development that would support 2,480 jobs, 548 industrial acres, and they would support 2,192 in jobs. And then the residential development, residential land supply was 174 acres, and that was going to support 1,292 units, of which 619 were high density and 673 were projected to be low density. So that's just a summary of what our current comprehensive plan reflects. Now, on the commercial side, the 124 acres in the comprehensive plan in 2016, we have since approved 15 projects between 16, 17, and 18, and that was 33.6 acres. So essentially 27% of the commercial land supply has been developed in the last 3 years. We also have 2 additional projects in review for an additional 18.3 acres, which is another 14.8%. So essentially, we are talking about 42% of the commercial property has been developed in at least the last 3 to 4 years. So we're about 20% of our way through the planning horizon, and we've already consumed 42% of the commercial development, commercially developable property. So the remaining capacity is about 76.24 acres. The reason why I bring that up is this is from the staff report for tonight, and it reflects the development from the previous 2016-18, 2019. It also reflects the 3 proposals that you've reviewed, Saxony Pacific Franklin Loop, Byung RV, and Woodland Commerce Center. So those are shown as redesignated out of commercial into residential, which is minus 30.93 acres, which puts us down to about 33% of our commercial supply is remaining. On the other hand, the recommendations that you have add in an approximately an additional 66 acres, which kind of puts us at about the 86% developable commercial land supply. So this table reflects the ups and downs. Now, the one thing I do need to point out, and that is, for example, in the Ajo area south of town, that 40 acres, it does include Double J trailers, Put It In Storage, and the Woodland Pallet Company. So although those acreages are added to the city's commercial land supply, some of them are partially or fully developed. And at the same time, this assumes that of the Loomis Empress Estates project, that entire parcel goes commercial, and we'll discuss that as we go along here. But this represents the results or the implications of the decisions, the recommendations you've made as part of this process. So again, here we are. This is in 2016. We had 124 acres. That's 100% of the planned supply. Development is occurring, so it's reduced. And then these are the 3 rezones represented in red because they're not development, they're redesignations, but the number goes back up to about 86.7% based upon the comprehensive plan recommendations that you've made to this point. On the industrial side of the house, 548 acres, we started with a much larger land supply, and we've had 11 projects which have developed 84 acres. That's 15% of the supply. 5 projects are currently in the planning process. That number has actually increased since then, but I didn't reflect it in this slide. 67 acres, that's another 11%. So in the 4 years, we're still at 78% of our industrial land supply is still available. The impacts of your discussions or your recommendations are losing 2.56 acres on Saxony Pacific Franklin Loop off of Old Pacific Highway, but we also gained back a half acre with the Trevor Beatty recommendation. So there's also a discussion about some industrial land down at Waltz Meats and White's Timber, which would add an additional 36 acres. So we're at 79% based upon the recommendations you've made to this point. Again, this is the same thing showing how development is occurring. One modification, but it's pretty small, and then the increases based upon the other recommendations. The residential units, this is going to be a little more complex because I'm going to talk units and acres separately. So So the units that we talked about, 1,292, these are laid out in the comprehensive plan. Our current development is we've developed 8 multifamily units and 121 single-family units. So of these projected, we've essentially accomplished 1% of our multifamily or high-density development and 18% of our single-family residential. The issue that I would like to point out, and that is we have had relatively robust residential development over the last few years, but part of the reason why we're here having this conversation is there's not a lot of development, residential development in the hopper for the next few years. And to date, we're mid-April, and there hasn't been one new building permit, residential building permit in the city yet to date. We have a couple pre-application conferences for about 40 additional homes, but there's just not a lot of vacant buildable residential land that's ready to develop at this point. So the 174 acres that's laid out, the numbers that I did in my research, my vacant buildable lands analysis, was split up into what's in the city's limits, what's in the Cowlitz UGA, and what's in the Clark UGA. This is inside the Horseshoe Lake, and there's really not much development potential at this point because the applicant's not interested. So The numbers here represent the gross amount of land available, the actual net amount of land available, and then I just did a simple calculation of using the total acreage. If we divided and put residences on it, that's this top number, the gross number of units that we could get. The number below that, the net units, is if we developed streets and left the wetlands alone and build around them. The amount of units that you can get on that property is significantly less. And so at the very bottom is my practical units calculation, which basically says the Promised Church, for example, is on a large parcel, but they are unlikely to bulldoze the church and start building homes. So although there's a ton of potential, the actual predictable units on that property are not very high. So that's why the total number of potential is huge, but the actual number that's likely to occur is a lot different. So based upon the recommendations to this point, we're going to be adding 33 acres in the residential within the city and 272 acres in the Cowlitz County portion of the UGA as the recommendations stand currently.
And that is based on the ratio density of 60/40 as stated in the current plan.
So I actually did not calculate that. I looked
Okay.
at carrying capacity based upon your recommendations.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll get to that, and remind me that, because if I skip it, I want to make sure I hit that. So the internal changes, there were 3 recommendations that you made: Saxony Pacific Loop, Franklin Loop, 21 acres. They could do a maximum of 432, but they're going to lose some due to roads and wetlands. So they are likely to have up to 345 units. The B. Young property likely to have 102 units, and Woodland Commerce Center likely to have 43. So the internal changes is going to get us part of the way to our goal or our target, but it won't accomplish that completely. And this is based on multi-family densities at each of these 3 locations. The UGA expansion that the recommendations have been made to this point is reflected on this chart. There's the dike access site across from the high school, and it would be 52 units. That's a low-density, single-family residential development. The Gary Loomis Empress Estates, 30 acres. And the practical units, due to the topography and the limitations up there, the existing lots, it's more like a 5, but there's no guarantee that what number this would be. The AHO request was what you've recommended is approximately 160 acres of what they requested, and that would yield about 600 units in the bottoms area south of town. And you also included some area between the AHO request and the city limits. It's about 127 acres, and the potential development area is a lot of larger lots, or 1 acre, 1 to 2 acre lots, rural, residential, but those are unlikely to develop. And so this 236, the lion's share of that 236 units that's likely to occur is on the Sagawa property. So you take out the Sagawa property, which is part of the properties that you kind of swept up, and we'll take a look at the map and I'll point that out. So there is 1 or 2 big pieces that could affect the residential units down there that you guys threw in on top of what AHO had requested. So I wanted to break those numbers out because they represent the 2 different, the 2 differents.
Can I stop you for just a second?
Sure.
Our projected population growth for planning purposes, I mean that could include people that already live, people that don't move but are just incorporated into the city, right? So
Yes.
those lots, I guess maybe that's a relatively small number of people, but like those are.
Yes, yeah, so that's a good point, and I didn't account for that. I did a Google survey of the area that was down there, and I counted approximately 43 residential units between the city limits and the Lewis River and the railroad track. So that's even south of where we're talking. It's 43 units down there. So we're probably talking more like 15 of them would be affected by.
Okay.
in this number.
Pretty small number. Thanks.
So, again, the target is 1,292, and typically what you do is you add a 20% market factor, meaning that as you go along, there are additional units that are on the market or land that's available, or it comes on the market after the neighbor develops. And so the market factor is there's never no land available for sale or development in a city. It just creeps along and somebody decides to sell because their neighbor sold. And so typically in planning, what you do is you take your target and you add a little bit of safety cushion, because there's always stuff up for sale, and that's 20%. And so the target number would be theoretically 1,550, and the internal changes get us about 490, and those are all high-density units that were recommended. And then the UGA expansion requests, this is typically the AHO, gets us, up to about 664 total units. With the area that you've included, that could potentially include about 236. And those are all low density. Really, we're talking single-family residential development south of town, which puts us in the neighborhood of 1,154 to 1,470 units in practical terms. So that does kind of put us in the wheelhouse between our projected and still having a market factor of stuff that's on the market. So talking about the individual projects, just to come around and bring this up again, the Saxony Pacific, this is the Franklin Loop project, 19.6 acres of commercial and 2.56 of industrial, and your recommendation is that it be changed to residential, and specifically you had said that you wanted it to be at the 20 units per acre density, and because it's inside the city and they're going from commercial and industrial to residential, we need to propose a zoning so that after the map is adopted, we have a situation where we have a residential comp plan and a residential zoning, not a commercial zoning, but a residential comp plan designation. So to make them consistent, I'm recommending that we use the medium density residential, which would allow them to do a development without necessarily zoning or doing a zone change at the same time. Because unlike the external UGA expansions, which have to request annexation, and that's when they can propose zoning at that time, because they're already in the city, the zone change is something that would normally come along with the comprehensive plan change.
Travis,
Yes.
our current MDR is 20 units per acre?
It allows up to 25 units per acre, and high density allows for 35 units per acre. So
But our comp plan says 20.
20, yes. So it assumes that at some point some of the wetlands will be set aside, or that the roads will be constructed and your net might be 20 units per acre, even though, or the net would be 20 units per acre, whereas the gross might be 25 or more units per acre.
Travis, do you guys have some sort of density transfer provisions that allow the use of the wetlands just with smaller lots?
Yes, there is, and that can also be done through the planned unit residential development, and that was one of the conditions that we had talked about for this property. And I would like to point out that the Beatty property is right there. I'm not prepared to talk about it. It comes up in a couple more slides, but that's why there's two labels on this slide. The next piece of property, this is application number 3, Saxony Pacific. This is the dike access project identified by these properties here. Your recommendation is that it be included. This map is in slight error because it would not be an island. It would actually be connected to the city boundary in the north, so it would actually include the street, so it's not an island floating by itself. And there was no recommendation. You had said that you felt this was good for a low density, so I didn't discuss zoning, because the applicant can propose their zoning when they request annexation, and it's an external case. So this is the aerial for the Trevor Beatty site, which is the half acre between the little driveway here and Old Pacific Highway. And The recommendation here is for light industrial zoning because that is what is adjacent to it on the other side of Old Pacific Highway. So it's a small site. They can't develop as a high intensity or high heavy industrial. So the recommendation is for light industrial. This is the Loomis Empress Estates proposal, and the yellow stars represent the individual pieces of property that we recommended, or that your recommendation was for residential, and then the red star is for the recommendation for commercial. And this is what's reflected on the current map, and it reflects the conversation that we had at the last meeting. This is the B. Young RV. The reason why I'm showing this one is because it's not what's shown on the county assessor's map because they haven't updated their GIS. This is the recorded boundary line adjustment for the property, and it's the site identified in the middle. And it's reflected by the yellow recommendation for residential. And again, your recommendation was that it develop in a PURD at medium or 20 units per acre. So I'm recommending the medium density residential for that zoning. Excuse me. This is the Woodland Commerce Center proposal. It's 5.52 acres, and it is just south of the CC Street Bridge and east of the Lewis River, west of the Lewis River, east of I-5. The recommendation was for residential, and the request was for, or the condition was that you attach a planned unit residential development. I am recommending that it be given a medium density residential development zoning, because if it is given a low density residential development, the preliminary plan that they'd shown us with their application called for zero lot line or condominium style development, and that would not be permitted in any of the low density zoning districts. So in the idea of saving them a zone change application, I'm recommending a medium density residential, which would allow them the housing type that they have envisioned.
Oh, so you're telling us that they can do what they described to us under this proposed zoning, and so their project can go forward and it will have no impact on what they're proposing?
Well, it would allow them to apply for a subdivision without having to include a zone change request. Yes. Now, the condition that was attached to this was a planned unit residential development, and that would be allowed under the medium density residential, would allow them to propose what they wanted to do. And the applicant is here. They can address that if they have any specific questions or comments about that.
But your staff report says master planned rather than PURD.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that is misstated. That is, we don't have a code for master planning, planned unit residential development. Sorry about that. So this is application number 5, the Ajo construction. It's the area south of town. This is the original map that came with their application material. There are properties that are east of South Pekin Road that were actually withdrawn from this application. So this was the original request. And this is the Planning Commission recommendation that you came up with at the last hearing. You can't see it very well, but this area is light green, and what this represents is the green were applicant request parcels, and the light green were the areas that you had indicated should come in because they were north of Wyman and between the city limits, and this is what we're kind of calling the inclusion area that you swept up with the discussion for the Ajo. So it is residential acres. When you actually look at the requested acres that Ajo included, that's about 161 acres, and you included about 127 additional acres, but not all of that is residential. So during that recommendation, there was some discussion about how there are some existing commercial and industrial and you had asked me to reflect based upon your conversation and the actual real-life development patterns that were out there. So this is what is reflected. You have, if I can get my... so this is the Double J trailer sales. This is Woodland Pallet. So they've both been identified as commercial. Waltz Meat and White Timber Trucking, so they're both light industrial or industrial designation. This is Geronimo Painting, light industrial. These are residential, rural residential lots. This is the Put It In Storage, and this is the Ferguson property that we recommended for commercial, and this is the fire station for Cowlitz County Fire District Number 1, I believe it is. It's their fire station. So this, I believe, represents the recommendations that I was given. Now, there are some clarifications that I need to point out, and that is the way the motion was made, and that was the PURD was not required. So we're talking specifically about this recommendation here. Was that a PURD was not required. One of the questions I have, and that is Walthauser at a previous meeting they had requested that their request be withdrawn, and it was for this property here and these two properties here. They currently use both of these properties. This is an industrial use, but they had actually requested commercial designation, not residential or industrial designation. The fact that they kind of withdrew at that previous meeting, I wanted to throw in there that I assigned residential simply because it was consistent with what the recommendation would be south of it. Whether or not you felt that the owner really wanted commercial, should that be part of your considerations? And actually, the amount of commercial property that is developed or that is going to be available is going to be something that comes up later, because I've had a conversation with Mr. Ferguson, and he would like to request a change for one of his properties that's not reflected in this map. So we'll let him bring that up in a couple minutes. Now, the other issue was, as part of that motion, Commissioner Mattson brought up the issue that he recommended that the city go to a 75-25 low-density, high-density development ratio. But it was done in context of the AHO recommendation. And this has been discussed several cases, including, as was pointed out with the minutes, it was brought up by comments at the previous meeting by off-agenda items, and it was brought up in at least two other cases whether or not the 60-40 was relevant based upon other communities and those kind of issues. So what I took out of that conversation was, although the recommendation was made during the AHO recommendation, it only applied to the AHO property. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily what was intended as part of that conversation. The difference being that community-wide, we're recommending, or your recommendations include multifamily within the city, and based upon your current motions, it also includes a 25-75 multifamily requirement in the AHO properties.
All right, I would like to address this issue.
Okay.
I've brought it up on 3 occasions, and I don't know if now is the time to make a motion because we're in a public hearing. I can do that. I have a motion ready. But it was my intent from the inception of this that this be citywide, and that, currently the City of Woodland is in violation of Washington Administrative Code 395-196-510 that requires each county or city's comprehensive plan must be coordinated and consistent with comprehensive plans with counties that share common borders. Is this the time to do this, or do we wait till...
I believe that I believe you have a valid point. I think I would prefer to get through my presentation, and
That's
once you
fine,
start
but
in your
this is
conversation,
This is
I
important
think,
because this was meant citywide. So when you say the time is right, I have a motion to present.
okay. So I think that would be part of your internal conversation before you move on to the public testimony section. Now, the other issue that I would like to bring up, and that is I actually have 4 recommendations, having done the analysis and kind of created this map and talked internally with the staff. And that is, I'd like to make 4 recommendations. One is that we expand the UGA to Burke Road rather than just the dike access proposals. And I have individual pictures of each one of those, and I'll get to them. I also recommend that we consider water service to the Loomis Enterprise Estates parcel without extending the urban growth boundary, because there are some issues that come along with that, as discussed. But I also recommend in the staff report that we include the commercial, at least a couple acres of commercial at the north end of Old Pacific Highway that would allow Mr. Loomis to capture some of the commercial opportunity within the city without creating a bunch of residential density in the county end or the north end of his properties. I also recommend that we expand the UGA to include only whole parcels, and we'll get to that. There's also the issue of the Thoney parcel out Gorig Road, and it's shown on the site plan. After talking to the family, when we originally expanded the growth boundary in the city limits, this parcel was part of the Thoney farm, and the original line included this parcel, and the final adopted map included all the other parcels except for this one. So it's completely landlocked. It has no frontage on city or county roads, and its only access is through the property that has already been annexed into the city.
So you're saying, this is what I couldn't ascertain from this, was there an application and it was just a mistake?
There was not. So we pointed out, well, I can't verify whether it was a mistake or not, because the policy, the resolution adopting the city boundary was signed by the city council and the mayor at the time. So it was approved. Whether or not it was a mistake or whether it was malicious or whether it was done on purpose, I can't say. So, but I told the family that I would bring it up and that it should be part of the discussion, because it simplifies their lives, plus regulatory-wise, it simplifies the county's life too. So those are reflected. This is across the street from the high school. Simply, instead of bringing the boundary up and down and around this funky piece, it makes sense for us to come out to Burke and be on the east side of Burke Road, which would remain in the county, but the city boundary would be against it.
Well, I thought that was our recommendation, because you did state in your presentation at the time that there were some surrounding homes that wanted to be included. So this, to me, is consistent with what our discussion entailed.
Okay.
It wasn't?
But it wasn't part of the motion.
I wasn't here for that meeting, and I wouldn't have been able to discuss it, but I was surprised that you did not include the entire portion, and I was shocked when I heard you'd only done that lots that had applied. Didn't make sense.
I agree, and I thought we had the discussion, and it was my intention that it all be included, so.
Yeah. It's probably my problem with the staff report, because the recommendation was including of the application, and whoever made the motion probably read directly out of the staff report and forgot to close that loop.
I believe that's exactly what I did.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to point it at you, because I don't know it was you for sure. But
Staring at me, though.
And the recommendation, of course, would be that that is all residential. It's generally characterized by large lot residential at this time, so residential makes sense. The second one is the Gary Loomis Empress Estates, as I mentioned before. So we should make provisions for a commercial area at the bottom of the hill, because I know they've been working with the property owner who is in the city, and that we should include some kind of commercial envelope. I don't know that we need to pick a specific size or shape at this point, because I think we can work with the applicant to determine what they think is their commercially developable piece of property and what the neighbors are willing to buy or trade for. But that we don't necessarily include the majority of that property to the north for all of the issues that were brought up at the previous hearing, the county access, the county comprehensive plan, the zoning, the expectations of the neighbors to the north, the expense of installing a fully designed city water system, 8 or 6 inch water pipes with cisterns and pumping stations and a tower or some kind of storage facility at the top. By considering water water service only, we would have the opportunity to do a connection agreement, and the standard language in those connection agreements says that in return for getting city water, you agree not to fight annexation, you agree to not fight extension of the comprehensive plan, and that you will pay 150% of the going city water rates. So there are some benefits to the city that it would prevent future battles if we decide to grow in that direction in the future, that they would participate at that time. We don't necessarily need to punch out there and include them at this point, because their original stated purpose is they were looking for water because they were having trouble with their wells.
All right. When we had this discussion here, we made it quite clear to Mr. Loomis that if he wants this, he has to buy in to all these different issues. I'm not opposed to this, but I just need clarification, because we were quite clear. And he says, yes, that's what we want. And how does this, so you're saying just sign an agreement to provide them water?
So currently, our policies say that we will not extend water outside of the urban growth boundary, and that's our policy. So what I'm recommending is that you make a policy recommendation to the city council that these property be considered for service outside of the city limits.
But why wouldn't you just include them in the urban growth boundary at this time? I mean, that's what we had this long discussion.
Travis, did I understand you right when you were saying that if we do expand, my recollection was the only reason he wanted to be included was to get water, and he said as much himself, right? But if we bring that into the urban growth boundary, we're going to have a water system that potentially everyone else could connect to, which could be a lot more expensive than just Mr. Loomis paying for his own line up there to serve his properties. Is that
Yes.
correct?
So it's really a cost benefit to the city.
Because if he is in the urban growth boundary, then the city is obligated to look at the larger sizes and either require him to install them or to create special circumstances for just this property. And once we start offering it to one property, a lot of other property owners are going to want the same special treatment.
All right, I understand now. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
So Travis, I'm sorry. So Loomis Empress Estates, are they aware of the fact that they would be making themselves a non-conforming use?
I'm sorry?
They have an event center. Are they aware that they would be comp planning themselves into a non-conforming use?
If they were included in the urban growth boundary, I would assume so. I think we had discussed that. But until they become part of the city, they don't actually have non-conforming rights till annexation. They are currently conforming, I'm assuming, under the county zoning because it is unzoned property.
Correct.
Yes. So I'm not sure what unzoned means, whether that's legal or not. Because
It means that any use that is not strictly prohibited by county statute is an allowed use.
That's my understanding as well. But to qualify for non-conforming rights in the city, they would need to show that they are conforming in the county before they annex. So it's not even guaranteed, because if they're a violation under the county, running to the city for annexation does not forgive them for past sins. So that's something we would deal with at the annexation. So
But they could be forced to annex by their neighbors.
theoretically,
Assessed
yes.
valuation.
Yes. So I know that the owner of that property is here tonight, and he may want to respond to that question.
Okay.
Okay. Then, so this is the property, that's the Thoney Farm. So if you're familiar, here's the City Hall, this is Gorig, and it turns into North Pekin. Here's Caples. So the original Thoney Farms includes a lot of this land here, plus all of this is currently owned by the family. And this is the last piece of property, and I think there's like one here, but it's owned by a different entity. So this property went with this trust. And for some reason, when the city adopted the existing city boundaries, we included everything in this ownership except for this one parcel. And it is currently accessed, or the agricultural use on that property is accessed by the properties to the north. So if it were to develop industrial within the city, that piece of property would be landlocked and would technically have no legal access unless the city makes provisions for agricultural activities to pass through the industrial district to get to that farm. So it's problematic in a couple ways, but it's a request, but it's not actually an application. And this is the down to the south, and this is the last one I had mentioned. So the line that you had looked at drawing on Wyman, coming completely west from Wyman. This parcel here is long and skinny. This one's short and fat. And so these areas represented by the stripes are actual portions of the properties up here that have been cut off by the arbitrary line that was drawn across it. And my recommendation would be that if you include part of it, it probably makes more sense for us to include all of it, because if they come in for city subdivision, what do I do with the 3.6 acres that's still out in the county?
All right, I didn't see in your report how many acres it would actually add to the total figure, or maybe I just missed it, but
Okay.
I would like to know
So
that number.
yes, so the total is 33.56. And if you take a look at this parcel list that is
So
on your
that's
desk
the
today.
partial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the total. And if you take a look at this list that I gave you, this column out to the right, those are the portions that were excluded. And it includes some acreage that would get added back in. Sorry, that's the units. It's the red numbers here. So if you take a look at parcel number 62150, it's 15.96 acres total, minus 1.3 acres that was cut off by the line that you drew. So all in all, it adds up to the 33.56.
Thank you.
So in summary, the commercial that we have, the commercial acreage that we're talking about, acres lost due to redesignation and acres added is 66 for a net of 35.57 acres. Industrial loss of 2, but addition of 36.31 with an additional 31 acres if you include the Thoney inclusion. And so that would be 34 to 65 additional acres of residential, or industrial. Thank you. I would have let that go if I hadn't seen your face. And then residential, so the internal acres added, this is the commercial that's converted to residential. And then the urban growth area added is 333.95 for a total of 367 additional acres as shown. If the Loomis is excluded, like I am recommending, that would eliminate 33.3 additional of that acres, which brings it to 337. Any questions?
Count it down. You guys working on questions or? All right. Fantastic.
questions or your general observations?
Sure.
You bet. Thanks for saying it so nicely. Under finding 55, it says more nuanced comments noted that residential development within the city limits should be preferred method of accommodating the city's adopted growth. This application is consistent with the city's adopted comp plan that higher densities are projected within the city limits. You know, one of the things that's come out through public testimony is people don't want a cookie cutter community where everything's a PERD, and they want a variety of things. So I want to make sure you hear that loud and clear, because at every meeting, they don't want everything crammed together. They want some space. They want a livable community. And having everything under the PURD rules is inconsistent with citizen comments. So under that finding, I just want to make sure that it's clear that, you know, the city limit shouldn't be high density, you know, strictly high density residential. We need a variety of
I don't read
things.
Travis's statement that way at all. I just read that it's, you know, higher than outside the city. doesn't mean high density to me. It just means higher than outside the city.
Well, you can read it any way you want, but I want to make sure it's clear that the community doesn't, I mean, they want a variety of densities, so.
Any other questions for Travis before we move on?
So I've got a question about including the whole parcels on the AHO. I remember I had a question for you on that when we decided to draw that line. Just, I wondered what you did with the remainders, and I'm thinking a little more about it now. It might almost cause a barrier for future, you know, at least smooth expansion, because if you're going to leave these, you know, 2-acre, 3-acre pieces, someone's going to build a house on it because they'll be left over, and then that'll be, if there's already a house on it, they'll be less likely to develop that in the future, and so you'd have a big area that might just skip. And as I agree with you, Connie, I think people want a variation of densities, but I don't think people want, you know, 5-acre lots and a sprawl for, you know, forever either. And when you go to the urban growth boundary, you're going to have a higher density just to prevent that sprawl that everybody doesn't like. It's just that I think what you don't want to lock into high density. And from what a lot of the developers and the applicants have been saying, there really isn't a market for a lot of high density in Woodland, at least at this point. They didn't seem to be a lot of interest in building that. But there is going to be some higher density in an urban area than you're going to have in a rural area, for sure.
Well, I understand that, but in reading these findings and recommendations, most everything included recommendation for a PURD development. And that was pretty consistent in your findings. I'm not sure that the citizens saw it the same way.
And I know that there are at least 2 applicants here today who would like to bring that issue up when they have the mic.
And I knew nothing about it,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Okay.
Which is why I'm skirting around it and not necessarily directly answering your question. Because the property owners will do that, will address that issue directly.
Well,
Yeah.
good, because I heard that there was some concern.
I am at your beck and call if you change your mind.
All right, thank you, Travis. Okay, so it's a little bit of an unusual situation here. Normally, this would be the time for the applicant presentation, but the applicant is the city in this case. But there are, you know, some previous applications included in this one, so I do want to give representatives of those applications a chance to speak if they would like to. A lot of folks here and a lot of folks want to speak. If you would prefer to just do it for when we do open public testimony, that's also fine. Yeah, all right, fantastic. And you don't all have to have the same idea, so I'll give you a chance now, but you don't have to take it.
My name is Zoe Salim, Empress Estate. I own a bed and breakfast in that area. And
So, point of order, we need an address.
460 Empress Lane, Woodland, Washington. So I've never gotten any notice about what you're talking about today, except I just signed a paper. It's just, oh, well, we could get some water out there. So that's good that we're on that thing. But any of that other stuff, I would like to withdraw my application if there was one that I signed. I do not want to be residential. It was something that we would be something in the future, but I'm not going to entertain shutting my business because future regulations by Woodland or anybody else. So if that's possible, that would be great. I would recommend to stay as is and not go into any further things. There's so many issues with that area that, you know, developers could take care of it later on. I didn't even know that my name was adjacent to Loomis and the Empress Estate. This was a surprise to me today. It was also a surprise to me to see that yellow, would you put that yellow big picture, that we're all going to be residential. That was the first time also for me to know. All I am, so I'm not in favor of that. I'm not in favor of putting that commercial on the side. I'm not in favor of any of this stuff. All I was trying to ask for is some water. If in the future, you know, people want to build a house on their 5 acres, so it's something more rural area. So I hope you take that. So I second his opinion on what he wants to do. I was called several times, being told some of this was happening, and I call and got information that this is just a future thing, but it's more serious than I thought, and I'm glad I came in today. I have a lot of neighbors here that also share the same thoughts, and there is, beside the annexation, there's a lot of issues that go on with that commercial area. So I would think about it a few times before I let it kind of go on.
Sir, can I just ask you a clarifying question? You are in favor of staff's recommendation to extend the water with the, as they have conditioned then?
Yes.
With the developer's agreement and such? Okay.
If we want to keep it as is, we'll have to deal with Calais County on whatever their laws and regulations at. But if somebody is able to want to come and get water for one house or something like that, but if somebody wants to build a whole building of apartments, it's a whole nother issue. That's a slide area right there. So for you to put a 6-inch thing is going to be a whole another money. But I would do just like Kalama does, where they go also in the rural area and they extend their water ability in there, and that may be something that you can entertain later on by bringing water from the river or creating some more opportunities. But there's a lot of developers that are going to come into this town and want water that you don't have a lot of, and so that's another. You got to think about that future. Beside this thing, I want to keep seeing that you guys are always going after one lot at another, but there's not a whole idea of where the residentials from the commercials from, it's like, seems like everybody just builds everywhere and we deal with it at one point or another, and maybe some big idea about the whole city and where would the residential be and where the commercial going to be and where the trailer is going to be is a good way of addressing that. Otherwise, we're going to have a really major, all kind of people, different ideas that come in with the commercial. So I hope I made my point.
So I just want to ask you 2 questions. One, I assume you have a well
I do have a well, yeah.
and have probably taken it to some sort of public water standard for your commercial use. For
Yes.
your whatever. And so you're saying you'd like to have water, but you don't want to be included in the urban growth boundary?
That's right. I mean, I have my
Okay.
water, yeah. It would be good to have something like that to, for, if we have enough water, if it's not loaded with iron or stuff like that, it'll be nice. But I think it's a good future talk. If my well goes dry, I'm sure I'm not going to pay your $500,000 to just bring in water up there from the city. But I would do, perhaps, bring a hose up there. Does that make sense? And put it in a tank. So I do not want to have regulations that stops you bringing the hose up. Put a meter and just pay you some money there. But that's what I think I should be annexed into.
All right.
Thank you very much.
thanks
Any
for coming.
questions?
Point of information. Thank you. Travis, can an applicant or one party of an applicant, what does this do to the application? Gary Loomis came and presented this, and so how does this work?
So I think that's entirely up to you, depending on whether you're going to follow my recommendation, but you can always eliminate him from, even if you expand the urban growth boundary up there, just identify his lots and take them out of that urban growth area. That's what happened to the Waldhauser application in March.
All right, so there's precedence to do.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. We can't force them to remain applicants.
So Travis, in your conversations with Mr. Loomis, was his goal to actually be inside the urban growth boundary, or was his goal to get water to part of his property and zone, and then get his commercial designated as commercial? Does he have
His original conversation was about the ability to get water up there.
Okay.
Because of the city policy, I told him that this was a route, and whether or not he's really excited about future development potential because of the UGA, I haven't had that conversation about
Okay.
him.
You mentioned water rates at 150%. Is that number solid, or is that?
I'm sorry.
You mentioned charging for water outside the urban growth boundary at 150%.
150% is the policy that's in the utility fees section, utility rates.
and that's
Woodlands utility rates?
Yes.
Okay. All right, fantastic. Thanks. Any more questions about that? Before we move on, are there any other applicants who want to speak ahead of time? Steve, you do? All right, come on up. A lot of folks who want to talk, so bear that in mind.
Okay, well, you can pull one of them out, so appreciate that. My name is Steve Madsen. I'm general counsel for Aho Construction. I'm assuming, 5512 Northeast 109th Court, Vancouver, Washington. I'm assuming you've all seen the memo that I prepared dated April 11th. If I could go start with the northeast parcel there, particularly with the comments that have been made tonight, I guess I'd talk about the issue of fungibility for just a moment. That is that, as Commissioner Jones knows all too well, in a small area, individual parcels have somewhat unique applications. It's hard to generalize, X acres of commercial when you're only talking a fairly small sample anyway. We would certainly, in addition to the reasons that Mr. Ferguson put forth in his written comments, and particularly in light of the way that, or the intent of J. Hauser at Waltz meets for the other parcel, I guess what I would urge you to consider is the issue of design concept. I'm not going to use the term plan, but you can bet that we've worked up design concepts for all of the parcels that we've applied for. What I would suggest to you is that plan or a design concept, that implies that there's going to be an actual use in the future. And in this case, I would suggest that for a number of reasons that parcel does not lend itself well to a commercial application, particularly if there's a similarly situated adjacent parcel with lots of road frontage that would make for a better commercial parcel. So that's all I have to say about that one. Moving on to staff's recommendations, not the least of which is the fact that it's consistent with Clark County countywide planning policies to try to avoid dissecting parcels with the urban growth boundary. So we totally support staff's recommendation on the hashed area there. I guess, however, though, it does tend to lend even more argument to bringing in what I refer to as the WB parcel. It's the, there you go, yeah. I guess what we're talking about, first of all, in our design concepts, we would take some exception to the number of houses that have been estimated that can be put onto that parcel that was earlier in the presentation. However, what I can say is that I think you want some design efficiency in your projects that you bring into the city, and particularly with including the extension of that parcel down by the railroad tracks. There just really isn't any design efficiency in that, and not to mention the fact that there's clearly, all you got to do is look at the map and the little blue lines to see that there's going to be some mitigation and some other considerations taken into place, and that parcel is likely going to be important in creating a design concept that also honors the environment. And I believe that's the extent of my comments. Yeah, I'll leave it for that. Thank you.
Questions?
Do you have any questions, Jess?
So when you talk about the totem pole next to the railroad tracks,
All right.
and the rectangle that's pink, is that the DNR parcel?
No, that's an unzoned, is it Donald piece? The WB parcel? Donald. And so, that was the other item that I brought up. Is you're going to be creating a landlocked parcel, and because you have small holdings parcels to the east, and don't think for a moment there's not going to be development on that parcel. It's simply going to be inconsistent with the low-density residential, hopefully zoning that's right next to it, and it's not going to be consistent necessarily with the 5-acre small holdings on the other side. So, and the last I'm sorry, did that answer your question? Mm-hmm. Okay, and the last comment I'd like to make is the PURD comment, and we completely agree. We want to submit a design proposal to the city application that's consistent with the city's values. We don't believe the PURD code allows us to do that. We do believe, and there is 1640-440 is the municipal code for master plan development. And all it simply says is that the project will be designed in phases. And we're happy to comply with that. In fact, that's how we do most of our projects. So I believe that completes my comments.
Mr. Madsen, what do
Yes,
you find is lacking of the PURD code as far as your? You want to do only single family?
Believe me, we have not necessarily, but believe me, we have war gamed it out, and there are it would take too long to even go through the scoring and where it works and where it doesn't. But as a general matter, your PURD code is well designed for cities trying to achieve a higher density on less amount of land. Admirable goal in Vancouver UGA, not necessarily consistent with woodland values. That's our point. Thank you.
I just have one more
Yes.
question for you. In your letter, you brought up the 75-25 split.
Yes.
And I know you were in attendance in that meeting.
Yes.
Did the applicant of Aho, you addressed that you don't want that split. The testimony of the opponents and the proponents are both that no one wants to see multifamily housing in that area.
No, that was not the intent of my comments whatsoever. The intent of my comment was that the 75-25 split, as Commissioner Taylor rightly points out, is properly applied on a UGA-wide basis to achieve specific density goals, right? But you cannot, it's like dividing by zero when you try to apply that on a parcel basis. The math just doesn't work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Skip Erling at 2366 West Hills Drive in Longview. We're pretty much supportive of the staff recommendations on the Woodland Commerce Center. We agree with the... Well,
Yeah, you gotta
if I move it closer.
You gotta get real close.
Is it better?
It's uncomfortable. You gotta get close.
I've heard that.
Karma.
Is this better? Okay. We're generally supportive of staff's recommendations regarding the zoning assignment to the Woodland Commerce Center. We think that's appropriate and something that would work very well with our design. I'd like to echo some of Mr. Masson's comments, though, about the PURD. It is seemingly more appropriate for larger cities looking for greater density. We also find it to be a little bit arbitrary in the way that points are awarded, which is confusing for staff, for applicants, and ultimately it's going to be confusing for the Planning Commission to be able to make a decision on that. We don't know that it can't work in our case, but we would like to have the option of choosing to make it work as opposed to a regular subdivision, recognizing that the city is still going to hold us to the same standards for infrastructure, for other improvements that are on site available to the members of that community as it's built out, as well as to other members of the city, and that we still get to those points and satisfy the city's development goals for residential development. We do believe that there is a market for medium-density residential stuff. You know, that as people age, I'm one of them, thinking about not having to mow as much lawn. In this case, would be people working in Vancouver and commuting from Woodland. The price of housing here is a little bit cheaper than it is in Vancouver. We think it makes sense, from a marketing standpoint, but we'd also like to have the flexibility of choosing the method of dividing the property for townhouses, whether it's, 4 in a row or whatever the standard is, rather than being dictated to go through a very complicated and arbitrary process. And I'll answer any questions to the extent that I can.
I mean, no, go first, please, Matt.
I know I pushed back probably harder last time on the plan, and it's just the line of townhomes, 11 in a row, that bothers me the most along the river. And I think without some sort of, even though the scoring system can be difficult and confusing, I think it adds incentive for the developer to add some more space in there. Well, I'm just basing that purely on your preliminary plan.
Sure, and recognizing that is a preliminary conceptual plan. There's a lot of work to be done before we're anywhere close to submitting a formal application, and recognizing also that the city has standards for, how big the buildings can be, the bulk of the buildings, that will obviously have to be followed. And I'm not saying that that we can't make the PRD work, and that we may choose that method, but we'd like to have the option of making that choice.
So I guess that doesn't surprise me. Obviously, given the option you would prefer, I imagine, less onerous requirements than more onerous.
If you were in our shoes, I think you'd probably feel the same way.
Absolutely. So I don't follow you for
Thank you.
wanting that. However, this commission is not primarily interested in your interests. It's interested in the city's interests, and I think those interests often overlap. But I'm curious where you think those interests overlap, instead of how you would like our decision to benefit you, how you would like our decision to benefit also the city as well as you. And I haven't, maybe you mentioned that and I just missed it, or it wasn't clear to me, but that's what I'm personally more interested in.
Okay. Well, the city has its rules and regulations, has its standards for all types of development. and obviously those have to be met. It offers variances when there are physical hardships related with the property, and I think in this case, the only thing that might be part of a variance would be to be able to develop the property that has already been filled to the edge of the trees. I mean, it's just, there's nothing there to protect. But ultimately, the goals of the city are to provide nice living places with amenities for the residents. And, these two guys have a track record of doing just that. And the design can be tweaked a little bit. There's going to have to be a pre-application meeting with staff where a lot of this stuff will come out that if we've missed it in our research, it'll be reinforced at that point. So it's not like it's just you go out, you do a design, you come back, bring it to the Planning Commission and say, here, please fix this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're looking at open space along the river. The potential for a gazebo of some kind. The proximity to other commercial developments make it, attractive for a medium density kind of thing where people can actually walk to restaurants, they can walk to the grocery store.
When we recommended approval of your application to change it to residential, one of the things that I remember you saying is that one of the things I remember you saying was that you weren't able to attract commercial developers to that site up till now.
So was it in 12 years?
Yeah, for quite a while.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's
that
pretty
made an
pricey.
impression on me. I mean,
Yeah, it's pretty pricey
wanna
property
be-
to be sitting on for 12 years and not
I
getting
want to be
takers.
sensitive to that.
Yeah.
Do you think that leaving a part of it still in commercial makes that commercial part somewhat undevelopable? If you couldn't get a commercial tenant for along the river, it's going to be more difficult to get one behind a row of development, right? You see what I'm saying?
You're talking about the piece that, where it says Sandalwood?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot more visible.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, because it's right on
Yeah.
CC.
Yes.
I agree with Brian. I'm surprised you don't want the whole thing commercial, or the whole thing residential, but you're already approved, your traffic plan's approved, you're already vested.
Yeah.
You could build second-floor residential in the commercial zone in Woodland, but there's not a market for it.
I don't think there's a market for it, and you still got to be able to fill the first floor
The
with
bottom
commercial
floor.
uses.
Yeah, that's the same problem we have in the other commercial zones.
Yeah.
This is vacant commercial space.
Yeah. So I guess my parting request is to ask you to reconsider the imposition of the PURD.
Thanks, Skip.
Thank you.
Thank you, Skip.
Are there any more applicants that would like to speak? Doesn't look like it. In that case, I'm going to suggest, do you want to speak now? Yes. All right, fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Close call.
My name is Mike Ferguson. My address is 5304 Northwest Vista Drive here in Woodland, and I had given a letter which I hope you've had a chance to read, and rather than reading the whole thing, I'd just like to highlight some of the things. But my three siblings, myself and my Uncle Charles, who's going to be 103 in June, and his 5 children are joint owners of the land that is adjoining Pinkerton Drive and South Pekin Road. It's not up there yet. But at your last meeting on the 28th, you determined that this should be zoned commercial, and I would like you to reconsider that to be rezoned as residential. I would like you to consider the reasons that, first of all, there's already residential businesses adjoining the property on the east as well as to the south. And those lots were sold by my Uncle Charles and my father to those people to become residences. Second, I think, as this last gentleman has indicated, the use for commercial, and particularly on this property, I think the likelihood of that being developed commercial is very, very low. There's places closer into the city like this last property, and it was on the market for 12 years and wasn't able to be developed. I'm thinking that for this property, the likelihood of it being developed commercial is very, very low. And I just think also just from the issue of fairness, since others were granted that request from either commercial or industrial to residential, that just on the issue of fairness, that you would consider that also. Fourth and lastly, I'd like you to consider that, and I know this may not be a consideration for you, but just the hardship this would be on their families. You may not be aware, but this land is currently used for dairy. And I don't know if you heard of the statement, if you want to become a millionaire as a dairy farmer, you must start out as a multimillionaire. The Ferguson Dairy has been in operation since it started with my grandparents in 1929 in Woodland Bottoms, and my father and my uncle purchased that in 1943. That farm is no longer in operation because it has been losing money year after year. And so with this property being zoned commercial, with other land that's already we're having to pay insurance and taxes with no source of income, we're going to be forced to pay taxes and maintenance on this property with no source of income, maybe for years, and all of us are older. I'm going to be 70 in a couple months. Most of them are in the mid-70s. The youngest one is, there's only one under the age of 65. So we would like you to just kindly consider this for residential use. Any questions?
Do you have equal objection to being zoned commercial?
Pardon me?
Do you have an equal objection to being zoned commercial?
We have an objection to be zoned commercial.
You want to be residential?
We want to be residential, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Is there any other applicants? One last chance. I caught one the last time, so I'm going to try again. All right. In that case, I think we should take a 5-minute break. So do it. Be back here at 8:35, which is the public testimony. So if you want to speak and you haven't yet filled one of these out, please do, and get it to Janice, and we'll get you talking. We got quite a few of these this evening, so I think we're going to have to do a time limit, unfortunately.
Time limit?
If you would, Travis, yeah. Okay. Fantastic. All right. So first up, we have Kara Seaman.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kara Seaman. I live at 639 South Pekin Road. I'm one of the properties in the inclusion zone down in the lower right-hand corner. I'm the biggest square there. Thank you for showing that. So you can see I'm surrounded on 3 sides by proposed development. So I'd like to start by thanking you for being partially responsive to the citizens' input against development of the bottoms. But unfortunately for me, as I just showed you, I happen to live in the area you're currently proposing to add to the urban growth area. I bought my property in 2002 intentionally in rural agricultural land. This is a quality of life that you're threatening with this proposal. My neighbor has a right to sell his land, but why isn't this Class A agricultural land being preserved? I certainly never foresaw that this land would be removed from agricultural production. Once these lands are paved, they're gone forever. I had no desire to live in an urban area when I purchased my property. And what about my rights? Again, I bought in the county on agricultural land so I could live this lifestyle. Housing development will surround me on 3 sides. This means I no longer get to enjoy my investment. I've raised my children here, planned to retire here, and now fear lack of solitude and noises that come with city living. Instead of a quiet backyard, I will be surrounded by families with barking dogs, loud music, and other disturbances. If eventually annexed into the city, will I be prevented from using my land as I purchased it? For example, currently burning is not allowed within the city limits. I burn a couple of times a year because I have many trees that create debris. I cannot afford to purchase or hire a chipper, so this would be a financial strain for me. Will I be allowed to use my tractor once I'm in the city limits? My taxes will increase when I'm in the city limits. Will I be priced out of my home because my income isn't increasing? What benefit do I personally get from these new taxes? I'm on a well and sewer and wish to remain so. Am I grandfathered or forced to hook up? Police, fire services will be provided by the city, but what else? I'm not opposed to the idea of land being sold, but I am concerned about the current residents being negatively affected by this decision and would hope that if this particular plan is enacted, that there be steps taken to ensure that our quality of life is not diminished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Garrett. All right, next up we have Cheryl Melton.
Hello, I'm Cheryl Milton. I live on 159 Cherry Blossom Lane, and I'm objecting to the proposal of opening up Cherry Blossom Lane to gain access to a residential development that might be going there. And it would cause safety problems for the children that play on that road and the pets that play on that road, and also the elderly that live on that road. Also, 17 years ago when I bought my home, the city of Woodland made it very clear, being my home was built in 1962, that Cherry Blossom Lane was grandfathered in and would never open up. I also noticed on my way here that there's other ways of opening up to that residential area other than Cherry Blossom Lane. Off of Atlantic, I saw that there's a road that was beginning to be paved to go to that area that apartments or residential may be built on. And so why can't we just go that direction instead of opening up my road? The safety is a big concern, and we were promised that it would never be opened. So I would like for you to reconsider opening up Cherry Blossom Lane. I would like to propose maybe building it as a cul-de-sac, and we also don't have parks for near that area for our children to play on. So our road is safe for our children to play with their pets, families to play ball with their children, which I've seen, and my own children, as well as they're able to ride their bikes safely up and down that road. But if you increase the traffic, which will happen because it will be considered a shortcut to that residential area that's going to be built on, you're risking some safety issues here. And our children won't have a place to play, and neither will our pets. And our families, I saw family members playing ball with their children at the end of the road. That won't happen anymore. So I have deep concern. Quality of life, it's peaceful there. The traffic's going to come through my home or down my road, past my home, and the noise is going to increase. There's going to be traffic all around me. And I have neighbors that have already moved because they're concerned of the safety of their children. And I know I keep saying that, but that is something I would like for you to consider and use maybe Atlantic. Like I said, I saw an area where you have a road that's beginning to be paved off of Atlantic to go into that corner area in that field. And maybe on that, there's another area in the field that has not been built on. I don't know if there's a plan.
30 seconds, Cheryl.
Okay, I would like to propose maybe making a park out of that area. That would be a great place, a more safe place for our children. But please keep Cherry Blossom Lane closed, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Let's see, I got Mike Ferguson, but if you want to speak again, you're already good. All right, fantastic. Moving on, Linda Owens.
I'm Linda Owens. I live at 135 Hoyland Road. We are the last house before the railroad tracks. I am 100 feet from the proposed development. I agree that the Donalds have the right to sell their property. That property has been farmland forever. It should be developed as minimally as possible. For the last 50 years, I have been involved in Woodland. I've watched the community fight to keep a small town, only to the eventual loss for Walmart battle. Hence, the town has now no small industry, no small businesses. The grocery stores are 1 to 2 miles north of us. We love and use True Value hardware. The folks are awesome and helpful. Shopping cart was a good gathering place, and the people back then knew each other. We, the outsiders, the bottom dwellers, love the area. It's quiet, peaceful, less stressful, relaxing, and the reason that we moved there and love it. We also have good air quality and no city bureaucracy. There is no neighbor on your fence line with hay fever who sneezes all night and keeps you awake. I've been in a city where we had 6 homes on our back fence. You have no peace, no quiet. My other concern is the impact of all of the people in this city. I'm an accountant, and for every 500 homes, and we've heard from 500 to 3,000 homes in our adjoining area. So for every 500 homes, there are 1,000 adults, 1,000 children, 1,000 cars, various animals. The 1,000 cars on the city streets in the morning going to work, 1,000 additional cars returning after a day's work. And then we have 1,000 more students per every 500 homes.
30 seconds, Linda.
25 buses, 25 bus drivers, police, fire protection, and the city is not going to generate enough income to take care of all of those issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Got Hope Koistinen is next.
Hope Koistinen, 311 Hillshire Drive. I never thought I'd agree with Mr. Madsen, but I do agree that woodland quality of life and PURDs do not go together. So there, I agreed with you on something. I want to point out, and it was in an email I had sent some months ago, but Calais County Department of Building and Planning and Washington State Transportation Department, they both sent back in December letters to the city saying, under the Growth Management Act, Woodland is required prior to expanding the urban growth area to have done the analysis and planning to forecast future needs and identify potential funding sources. I don't see any evidence of this. You are putting the cart before the horse. Furthermore, as people have testified over and over again, we don't want a big city with all the traffic problems that we have too many problems already. Department of Transportation's told the city that. And we want a variety of densities, a variety of houses. We don't want 600 houses built by one developer. How many cities allow that of this size? Please stop. Let's forget the urban growth expansion until you've figured out how to fund stuff. You will never, ever pay for what you need in services by expanding a city. It just doesn't happen. Name one city. The larger the city, the bigger the budget problems. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope.
Thanks, Hope. Josh Ruman.
My name is Josh Ruman, and I live at 245 Empress Lane. And I am opposed to the annexation of CPA 18008, the Empress Estates, without a contiguous access point from the city.
So you mean you want the city to, it's not annexation, it's UGB expansion, but you're saying like you'd like Green Mountain Road to be included?
At the point when Green Mountain Road up to...
But you're, okay, but you're not for it anyway, but
I'm
if
not
you did.
for it, but when we get to that point in the future,
Mhm.
at that point I would have no choice. But for now, the access, should it be approved into the urban growth area and then annexed to the city, that the access should be from the south.
A new road.
A new road,
Okay,
not through the county.
okay.
All right. Thank you, Josh. Okay. Kim Everett.
Hello. Kim Everett, 139 Wayland Road. If you could scroll to the Aho application, please. I'm next door to Linda, right in the middle square that was white until, that's it. Okay, so I'm going to read what I wrote down because I'm nervous and I don't like public speaking. I appreciate the extended discussion about this. I think this has been a hot point for a while. So it's good to hear everybody be able to say their piece. I moved here to have a rural lifestyle, learning about livestock care and planning for my retirement. I purchased my home using VA benefits, meaning my equity is lower than other loan types. By changing the neighborhood, I do not know what will happen to my home value. Yes, I am a military veteran who has served around the country, and I chose the Woodland Bottoms as my home. If my home is being swept into Woodland's urban growth boundary, how will I be served? I have water and sewer, so I don't need those services, and I can't afford to pay for them. Cowlitz County provides our utilities and road maintenance. How will my property be protected from increased traffic, population, crime? I've been told there's a future road plan to connect Pinkerton Road to Wayland Road to bypass where Waltz meets potential growth is down that way. So now I have horses in my backyard that are going to be next to a road. How are we going to protect my property? Should I now expect that the city will declare eminent domain and take part of my land for that road? Again, how will my current property line be respected and protected? Will I now be zoned, limiting how I can use the property that I purchased? For example, burning, livestock. So I have serious concerns about what's going forward. I'm not able to get straight answers about any of this. So until I'm a city resident, I expect I won't hear anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Darlene Johnson.
Darlene Johnson, P.O. Box 1808, Woodland, Washington. Well, first off, I think the minutes need to be expanded more. I do accounting, and I'm a CPA, and I've had issues with minutes that are not correct when you're dealing with the IRS. Those minutes would be unbelievably poor. So I do feel you need to have at least some idea of what the people say. Not verbatim, but some idea. Then I am not in favor of high density, and I think the city has to actually look really hard at the traffic and the things that you're proposing, things that you have done nothing to allow for the traffic. We have a truck line right on Sherman Way. We can't even get out of it because at certain times of the day because of the traffic there. They're going to put now more residentials down by the school, when the school lets out and when that traffic happens. It's really not conducive to attracting industry to our area. I also don't believe we want to be a bedroom community, which it seems like there's a lot of ideas from that side of the bench that feel like we should be a bedroom community. Bedroom community have never done well financially, either in schools or any type of service. You need industry and you need commercial. And everything I look at, you're trying to change, well, not everything, there's a couple things that aren't, but you're trying to go from commercial to residential, and then you're going to high density, which is even worse. I don't know, I'm very much opposed to a lot of the things that you're proposing. And you know, the fact that you haven't sold something commercial for 12 years, the Johnson family owned Belmont Loop. We own that because it was Johnson Dairy out of Kalama, and we own that property. We own that for, we owned it until we sold it, and we owned it probably 70 years. When we attempted to sell it, we were held it for probably 20 to 30 years, and we didn't hear it come up here and cry, hey, I haven't sold this property for this purpose, so you better change it so I can sell it. You know?
30 seconds, darling.
Your planning needs to be what's good for the citizens, and I think a lot of the citizens have told you they're not for high density, they're not for a bedroom community, they're for more industrial and more commercial. You can go now.
Stick around. Thanks, Darlene. Zoe Salim, but you already spoke, yeah? Okay.
I just want water.
All right. Understood. All right, moving on then, Patricia Foster.
I'm Patricia Foster, and I live at 174 Moonridge Road in Woodland. It is unincorporated Woodland, I have to admit, so I'm just a guest here. But I would like to express my opinion regarding Mr. Loomis's request for water from the city. I am not in favor of his getting city water because the high-density housing that he has proposed, and even if he doesn't proceed with that in his own development, but that he would sell the parcels with the intention of other builders putting in high-density housing, does not fit in with the neighborhood. We have 2-acre minimum parcels, and it is a country atmosphere other than the Empress Estates. I've reflected on this, and it occurred to me that it could be quite destructive to the Empress Estates to have high-density housing, because you can imagine the noise that's created by that number of people, and just trying to schedule, for example, an outdoor wedding on a Saturday morning and hearing nothing but people mowing their lawns or yelling and playing, which is all just fine, but it could certainly not be the environment that would be appropriate at that moment for the Empress. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Patricia. All right, Lyle Ferguson, come on up.
Lyle Ferguson, 1010 Whalen Road. And in discussing this development that's going to be on the south end of town, nothing's been said about that the flooding might be happening there, because we already went through a major flood in 1948, which, I think Mike probably got the picture of Aunt Pearl standing in the middle of Pekin Road with all the mud. And if putting a residential district in a floodplain, you're looking at possible disaster. If you take into account the 1996 flood in East Woodland, the developers were crying and hollering because they didn't want to raise the elevation of their land. They said it was too costly. So I don't know whether it's your council or committee that changed the rules, but somebody changed the rules so they could develop on this property in East Woodland. And so these people got flooded, and the rescue efforts were placed out of this church parking lot who actually elevated their land. So anyway, I just didn't want a bunch of residences down here in a major floodplain when it should be open space like it was before.
Thank you, Lyle. I don't have any more cards, but I'm hoping, all right, fantastic. That's a cue to everyone else, too. Please take this time to have your say and fill out one of these cards and give us peace of your mind.
I'm Carol Owens. I live at 123 Wayland Road, Woodland, Washington. I have out-of-town guests right now, my in-laws from Paradise, California. They lost their home in the fire. And as I was talking to them about this and about our traffic issues, they said, you guys really need to think this through, because if there isn't a problem, you're not going to evacuate. And this is like really, really real. Okay, so the one thing I want to say is that I would like the Donalds and the Fergusons to make a profit. I think the loss of dairy is not just a sad situation for Woodland, it's for our whole nation. But that's what's happening, and so I would like the best for them. However, having said that, I think that I still would like to have the larger lots of the county than the higher density of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. All right, please. There have to be more of you. All right, great. You sat through all this stuff.
Yeah.
You ought to have your say. All right, great. We'll go easy on you, promise.
All right. Bob Feltz.
Thank you.
510 Moonlit Ridge Road. I'm opposed because of the traffic situation that's going to happen. It's already bad during rush hour. It's like, I think you need more road there than what's there. Green Mountain. The access to that's not good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Still time. I want you to carefully consider not talking, because once I close public testimony, that's kind of your last chance tonight. You can still speak at the open houses with the city council, but this is your last chance to tell us what you think tonight.
So this is the last chance to entertain any conversation about what's being planned as far as the...
With them.
With us, with the planning commission. Yeah.
So the next step is at the council then?
Yes.
Which is the legislative authority?
So
Yes.
I believe on Monday it's not a regular council meeting. It's an open house.
It's a workshop Monday, like three or 4 days from now, at the middle school in the auditorium. And if they need additional time, that they will continue that to April 22nd at the middle school for additional public testimony. 29th, sorry, what did I say? 22nd and the 29th if they need the additional time.
So yeah, please spread the word about that as well.
So at this, excuse me for speaking.
No, it's fine.
get my head wrapped around everything that's been going on since October. Up to this point then, so the public input for the UGA at this point is.
Can you come up to the microphone?
Here.
Can you come up to the mic, please?
Yeah, sorry. Just so we got this on the record. Yeah.
No one at
I
home
should
can hear you.
have stopped you earlier, but thanks.
Thank you.
My name's Steve Plumley. I live at 610 South Pekin Road. I was just making comment that this is the last opportunity for the public to give any kind of conversation and input and opinion about the UGA as it's been presented. I'm having a hard time just trying to wrap my head around the whole concept from its inception back in October, November of last year. It's just overwhelming, actually. It's this is probably the biggest step that the rural community of Woodland has ever taken as far as growth. It's an awful big piece to bite off. I'm one little small shareholder of the piece of pie, but I think through all the input and conversations that you folks have heard through the commission about this UGA expansion, I think I could just speak on behalf of the rural residents that are out here on the smaller areas, or the larger ones, if you will, that are going to be developed in the future. My biggest concern is to have it happen in a short period of time. I'm not really sure what the time frame of a development is of this size. I hope that it would take time, where it's not just introduced in 2 to 3 years from now and it's just going to all be laid out. I would hope that it's done in phases as we go along, where there's a limit set as to how much growth is going to be accomplished this year and the year after and the year after that, and then so on. I think the biggest issue this community faces right now is, from a financial standpoint, it seems like the city's quick to want to generate income and grow larger, but the infrastructure is lacking. It's not there. It's just not there. And unfortunately, the way geographically this community is built, we have 2 ways to reach the major interstate: exit 21 and exit 22. Exit 21 is astounding. It's astounding. I've sat there 3 different interval times during a morning and an evening rush hour, and it's astounding how much traffic goes through that intersection on and off the freeway, both sides, to go south and to go north. And then in the evenings, it's about 1.5 times greater. And a lot of the traffic doesn't go through the city per se. A lot goes up Lewis River Road, a lot goes over the bridge onto the Clark County side. To me, that's a revenue issue, because there's a lot of people that don't contribute to the welfare of this community, but yet use the services available because that's the most feasible way. And I think the infrastructure needed, especially when you start talking about trying to move it out to this south side of town, the southwest side, given the scenario of what the east side looks like right now, today.
20 seconds, Steve.
It's amazing. It's flabbergasting to go onto the east side of the freeway, up Lewis River Road. And that was all revamped. The transportation issue was taken care of at that point. They put in turn lanes. Didn't solve any problems, just created more. So, anyway, I would just like the commission to look real hard at the infrastructure before the development begins and try to associate the two and work them hand in hand. And I think it would benefit the city a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. All right, I'm going to try again. Did that inspire anybody? I hope. Inspired me? Okay. All right. Travis, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Real quickly. So I had mentioned in my first part of my presentation that I had talked to Mike Ferguson out in the hall, and he had mentioned that he had wanted this to be residential, not commercial. That's part of the reason why in my presentation I pointed out that this parcel, which was Waltz Meat's request, they had requested commercial. And so if you are considering going to residential on this property, at the same time, you could accommodate what Waltz had originally asked for, and it actually wouldn't necessarily make a significant impact on the potential achievement of both the commercial supply and the residential supply, because they're within a couple acres of each other.
So you're saying one be residential and Waltz would be then commercial?
Which is what he had asked for, but not what my recommendation was.
When you say Waltz, which portion of Waltz are you talking about?
So this is their current operation, and they have some parking and some stormwater over here. This parcel here is yellow because I only assigned it residential because there would be residential to the south. Since they had withdrawn their application, they essentially said they weren't necessarily interested in this discussion, and they're not here tonight, unfortunately, but that doesn't necessarily mean we should not consider the fact that they were involved up until a couple weeks ago, and their request was commercial.
On both of their parcels?
On both of their parcels,
Okay.
yes.
Travis, you said you were against, your recommendation was against making that commercial before. Has that changed? Or no?
No, because I just simply looked at with the assumption that if you were going to go residential down here, since there's no intervening street, it makes sense that it would likely to develop as residential. It may not necessarily be what he wants, but by withdrawing his application, he essentially said, I don't really think this is going to happen, therefore, so I'm not sure exactly what their reasoning was, but that is their request. There's no reason why you couldn't accommodate their request.
So one question, Travis, or clarification. When we said we wanted to go with tranche 1 south as far as Pekin Road, or as Wyman Road, we were talking about both sides of Pekin Road, but our map doesn't reflect that.
So this was tranche 1 by itself, and so you had said south of this line. That's what I interpreted, the south of tranche 1.
Is that what the rest of the commission? I thought we had that conversation
Do you
about
want me to
those
pull up that
existing
presentation?
1-acre lots on the east side of Pekin.
I don't remember consciously intending to include the already existing residential lots.
Okay.
Since they were already residential.
Yeah, my understanding was that wasn't included.
Okay, thanks.
So this, you're
I
saying
was just
that?
asking for clarification. If that's what they thought, I'm sticking with them.
I heard north of the line is.
I think that's right.
Yeah. That's how I remember it.
Okay.
I have one question for you. You know, the transportation and infrastructure issue keeps coming up, and the phasing of all this. I mean, can you explain to the audience basically that as development occurs, infrastructure will be dealt with? I think that it merits some discussion.
Sure. The issue of concurrency under growth management talks about that the city or that jurisdictions have the responsibility to plan for and work on funding for utilities and infrastructure as development occurs. And concurrency can be achieved several ways. One of them is for, say, for example, a development were to occur, they would have to build all kinds of internal roads, and it is built at the developer's expense. It's not built at the taxpayer's expense. And actually, let me find another aerial. Okay, so here, for example, shows the entire portion of the bottom south of town. And somebody brought up a really important point, and it was about what would happen in the case of an emergency. Everything from this point south, where Pinkerton and Pekin meet, everything from this point south is accessed by a single access point. And there are limitations according to fire codes and typical planning measures that talk about the amount of development that can occur on a single access point. If this was a subdivision, you would not be able to put more than 30 lots on a dead end. You need to have emergency vehicle turnaround. You have to provide the infrastructure like water, sprinklers in homes or hydrants, so that if there's an emergency, that there are multiple ways to enter and exit. And from this point here, everybody south, if there was an accident, or let's say there was a gas pipeline and it were to explode here, and fire were to catch and start working its way south, all of these residents and anybody who lives and works down in this area, they would have no means of escape. When a development like, if this were to develop, they would be required to create cross connections and alternate forms of access. So that means that if Wayland or if Pekin was blocked by a fire, people would be able to work their way through the neighborhood and get to Wayland and be able to get out, or they'd be able to work out to the bottoms and go up Dike to exit 22. There are multiple routes for ingress and egress. Those cross connections would be the responsibility of the developer, and the developer would have to pay for those. So those are a community benefit that is provided at the expense of the developer, and it's not necessarily benefiting only the developer. So those are examples. Now, in addition to building those roads, they have to pay impact fees, and those impact fees can go to pay for example, at some point, if the city were to install a light at Lakeshore and Gorig, or right in front of the new library site, Buckeye, if the city were to install a light at that location, we would use money from new development that is creating the additional increase at that intersection to install the light. So that's not necessarily paid for entirely by taxpayers. So even though the existing homes that are in downtown use that intersection, they're not the ones that are solely responsible for paying those improvements. In a sense, the developers are paying for those. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because if you were to develop in the county in half acres, so say, for example, the Fergusons had mentioned that if they're not included in the growth area, they may consider doing a rural development, 1 or 2 or 5 acres, half acres. It doesn't really matter, because they will create additional traffic, and it will be at the end of this dead-end road with only a single access, and they would not contribute any additional dollars for the improvements to the city intersections that they are going to overload. So that's an example of how a non-GMA jurisdiction would be able to transfer the burden of those trips onto the city, because without GMA, the city has no means to collect those funds and make the improvements that are necessary because of it. So I don't know if that's an adequate answer, but it's an example.
It gives some example of what to expect. I mean, for example, Ben Adobe is proposing a new development, and it's 125 homes?
76.
76.
Yep. So that's on this property down here. So there will be 76 additional houses at the end of that dead-end road.
That will be using our roads, our services will go through town, but we don't get any benefit.
That's correct.
So, Travis, you brought copies of Benno's pre-application?
It was requested.
By me?
Yeah.
So I don't know if the other commissioners picked it up or if members of the public picked it up, but these are half-acre to 1-acre lots at the far south end of Pekin Road.
And-
Huge
but I-
impact on the city, huge impact on the county road.
But I do have to clarify that that is a pre-application.
It is a
and he
pre-app.
hasn't, yes,
And it's a replat,
yes,
because there's an existing 31 lots that are already approved.
yep. 18 lots and the industrial training center.
No, I think there's 31 in the original. Is Benno here still?
Sorry, I
You
don't
would
know. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 31. But, yeah, and those are ready to break ground on.
Yeah, the existing development, yes.
Mhm. Which is why we're here.
And that actually came in after we started our conversation.
Yeah. So I also brought the Castle Rock preliminary plat for an urban subdivision to share with when we get into our conversation.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, but I think people need to understand that, they're not going to build houses and deal with it later. There's going to be a process and a phase to go through.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And maybe, Travis, if you could also just discuss how long the annexation process takes?
So annexation is a voluntary process by property owners. So applicants can apply tomorrow, or they may not apply for 20 years. And so, for example, if you own one of these houses that is on Wayland Loop, you are under no obligation to apply for annexation or to incur, be involved in annexation. There are certain circumstances that would, if there are other property owners who are adjacent to you, where you could be swept up, but generally that's not a typical situation unless there is a situation where you would be completely surrounded by a city. So it's not typically the first political option for cities to include people against their will. And if you are included in the city and you say, for example, are on a septic system, you are entitled to continue using your septic system until such time as there's a failure or maintenance or replacement is required, and then you would have to hook up to the city's system rather than replacing a failing septic system or significant maintenance on that septic system.
All right, can you address, it came up several times, the issue with people who live in rural areas, they have horses, they have burning issues and stuff, but with their animals, I mean, are they grandfathered in if they're, or how does that work?
So Washington State is a right to farm state, which means that they can continue to perform agriculture. I think probably the best example would be the Thione property, because if you drive out in this area, you will see that it is all, this is a giant blueberry patch, and unfortunately those blueberry patches, those blueberries are going to be relocated to Oregon because this property has been bought and they have an application pending for a manufacturing and warehouse location there. But this is an example of an existing farming infrastructure that is currently operating within the city limits.
I think that's important to note here to give these residents comfort in terms of their existing lifestyle. Thank you.
But burning is not allowed in the UGA. Speaking from my own knowledge, then the correct place.
Oh, sorry, I don't know one way or the other. I know it's not allowed within the city. Oh. Okay.
Regarding the road systems and possibly come out on the, I saw a plat map that showed the main street right behind our property, and then two oncoming streets going to Wayland on both sides of our property, which puts us 4 streets around our house. Is that something we address?
So I believe it's Linda, right? So Linda had asked me as I was heading back to the table. She had asked me about a preliminary plan that she had seen that had involved a network of roads and connections that would surround her property at some point. The unfortunate reality of it is that when you look at the city's system, is cities do have an interconnected work with cross connections for multiple reasons. Cherry Blossom is another example where the city looks to disperse traffic as efficiently and as effectively as possible, and it may have negative or positive impacts, but unfortunately the transportation system has its own set of rules and regulations, and it may be a situation where there are going to be small pockets of property owners, and Ms. Seaman would be another example, where they may end up having streets that come in and cross this site, and it may be along her property line. But typically, developers are not keen on doing roads on the edge of a property, because then it means they incur the cost for the full road improvements, but they only get the benefits of one side. So typically, like what you see up here in Raspberry, the Raspberry subdivision up here, is you'll end up with property or streets that are back from the property line, so you'll get the back of homes as opposed to street frontages along your back fence.
Since you're here, and I know this will come up, the issue on Cherry Blossom Lane and Atlantic, did the city look at?
I don't know why that went out, but
Okay,
sorry.
but is there a potential that Atlantic could be brought in and something could be preserved on Cherry Blossom?
So the cross connection from Cherry Blossom, it's difficult, but unfortunately it actually represents a improvement to the overall traffic flow within the city, because by having Cherry connect, it provides an additional opportunity for traffic to go from Lewis River Road to the exit 21 northbound ramp without having to go through exit 21. So the city, from a transportation point of view, has to weigh the amount of traffic at exit 21 versus the amount of potential traffic from along Cherry Blossom. And in the case of the B. Young development, when that development occurs, what it means is we could have it only go to Atlantic, but what that means is exit 21 would be burdened with all of those trips, no matter where you want to go in town. So to go to Ace Hardware, you would literally have to get on to Atlantic, go north, take Scott Avenue, go through the intersection, go to Lewis River Road, and then down to Ace Hardware, as opposed to taking a right on Cherry Blossom and taking a right on Lewis River Road. It eliminates it might eliminate 80% of your
So
trip.
the connectivity issue has been well thought out and has been addressed?
Yes.
Because it's going to come
Sorry.
up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But it would be nice to do some slowing
Yes.
devices.
And the way it is designed is there will be a sharp 90-degree turn and a sharp 90-degree turn, and those turns are traffic calming designed into the system.
Well, yeah, I think we'll talk about that for sure. Yeah. That's also a concern we share.
Yeah.
Any more questions for Travis before he flees? All right.
I was going to ask Travis a question if I may.
I suppose so, yeah.
There is somehow there's information that.
Why don't you come up?
Yeah, I think that's the best bet. Thank you.
What I noticed through all this is lack of information. So people are just talking about it. They have no idea what annexation is, how long it takes, how long it doesn't take. And everybody's like telling you what stories about it. And I would think that just a nice email to that neighborhood or whoever wanted to register to say, oh, here's what this annexation is. He's not going to just start digging holes tomorrow. And this is how the process goes, and because people just have their own things. And I think a good informative email that could be sent to the citizens or, in general, or that would be a really good thing to do from the city.
Thanks, yeah, and we have, Travis, you're going to speak to this better, so I'll just let you.
Well, Mr. Madsen's letter is informative. If you read the public testimony that's been entered, Mr. Madsen's discussed at length the process.
Unfortunately, the comprehensive planning process is very long. It is making sausage, and it's ugly, and it takes a long time, and it takes a lot of ingredients. We have a website, or we have a page on the city's website that includes all of the documents, all of the presentations, and all of the hearings where you can find all of these information in the various presentations. Unfortunately, it's just really difficult to make sure that everybody understands at the start of the process. That's part of the process, and unfortunately, there are people who don't necessarily informed or haven't had the opportunity to get involved at the start of the process. So I don't know. The information is there, and if they want to come talk to me, I welcome them to do the one-on-one, and I'll spend as much time as I need to if people still have questions.
The state also puts on planning short courses that are a little bit dry, but certainly helpful for kind of a crash course in what goes on at these sorts of processes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Travis. Just so I don't forget, I forgot earlier. Does anybody have any conflict of interest? I should have done that at the beginning, and I did not. So I'm going to do it now.
My understanding with conversations with city staff that once we get to area-wide zoning, changes the status. So I think my conflict of interest with Saxony Pacific is gone.
Okay, is that?
Yep.
Okay, just wanted to check all the boxes there. Moved on then. Any of the applicants want to say a few more quick words? No? Thank you. All right. I'm just going to it's time to close public testimony, but I want to make sure everybody who wants to talk has had a chance, because that's really the most important part of this process. So here it is. This is your last chance. Okay, great. I'm going to close the public testimony then. I do want to point out that tonight was your last chance to talk to us. You can still talk to the city council. You can also talk to the county. Any changes we make also have to get run by the county in this case. So there are more chances. And now it's time for us to talk. So let's talk.
So can we tackle these one at a time, or do we have to?
That's
Okay.
what I would recommend, and
Okay,
he's got
so
his staff recommendation.
I move to include the Thony parcel, the dangling participle, into the UGB.
I second that.
And I move that we spell their name correctly.
O before E.
Sorry?
O before E. You got it right about 50% of the time.
O before E,
Yeah.
okay.
All right. In terms of order, I mean, the staff recommendation, Travis started with Franklin Loop. Should we start there, or just move through the list, or?
I just want to get rid of the easy ones.
Did you have a second for that motion?
Haven't had a second
Yeah,
yet.
I seconded it.
Okay, let me capture this real quick. So who was it? Was it you that made the motion?
I moved that the Thony parcel be included in the UGB expansion.
OENY.
Sorry. Great. Very well done.
Properly pronounced Tony.
Tony?
Is it?
I think that probably depends on who you ask.
If you talk to George.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Connie seconded. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody have any thoughts about that? I'm sort of tickled by just the weirdness of it, the way it is, but I don't think that's a good enough reason to keep it that way.
I'm along with Connie and June. It leaves it landlocked, I mean, what else are you going to do with it if you don't incorporate it with what's next to it?
Okay, let's just knock that one out then. Is anyone opposed? Motion carries. What's the next easiest one?
I move that the Woodland Commerce be approved, and that we change the requirement on the PURD to medium-density residential.
Wait, just so I understand, you're recommending a future zoning. Is that correct?
The staff report recommendation was to require the developer to enter into a developer's agreement and to put it at the MDR zone. But our prior action included a PURD requirement.
Could you please restate that?
I don't think so. Let me ask Travis a question.
Okay.
Did I move to say what the staff report says? Which was to approve the zone change, make it an MDR master plan, but not a PURD.
I don't have that in front of me. I can pull up the minutes since I have it up. Actually, if you give me 1 minute, I can pull up the minutes from the previous meeting.
Not that my memory is infallible by any means, but I don't remember talking about the zoning or, yes, the high density versus low density.
Are you talking about the
Like
staff?
Travis was saying, we agreed to change it to residential with the planned urban residential development conditions. But as Travis says in finding 41, we didn't opine as to whether the development should be high density or low density. I don't remember talking about the density.
Are you talking about the staff report tonight?
I'm talking about the staff report tonight
Okay.
versus our prior recommendation. So I think that my intent, my motion was to approve the requested zone change to residential per the staff report, requiring a master plan, a developer's agreement instead of a PURD, and that it be medium-density residential instead of single-family residential.
I believe MDR is still single family.
No, it's a separate classification.
Is it? No, don't I feel silly?
It can be townhouses, which is single family.
I'm sorry, I was...
MDR can be townhouses.
It can be. It can be multiple housing types, where single-family, the low-density zones aren't conducive to anything other than single or duplex. Actually, I apologize. Looking at the motion, these are the minutes that were approved at the March 21st meeting, and it says, forwarded to the City Council with the recommendation of approval with the deletion of the PURD, but the motion failed.
That's right.
So it was a 2-2.
And then we voted again.
Yes, and then the motion failed. Application forwarded with the conditions of approval as staff had recommended, which is what you see in the staff report
In your
today.
staff report.
Yes.
But your staff report tonight says MDR.
Yes, so it has an added recommendation for a zoning.
Right, so MDR and PURD can coexist.
Yes.
And that intention is to allow them to get the density that they were proposing, correct? Medium density fits the density you wanted to do. Okay.
It fits the housing type that they were.
Gotcha.
Okay, are we done with that one?
Done in what way?
Well, I mean, have
There
we?
was no second on the motion that's on the table.
We're just talking.
I thought you made a motion.
I'm still hesitant to remove the planned urban residential development condition just because I think it adds a carrot to give us more open space along the river.
Excuse me, point of order. I believe there needs to be a second before you discuss.
That's right.
No one has seconded that motion yet?
Yep.
Thank you.
That's why I asked you to repeat what you wanted, because I couldn't.
I think Connie wants to second your motion. She just doesn't know what it is.
I can understand why. My motion is to coincide with the staff report that was given tonight, which that we approve the zone change to residential, medium-density residential, that it not include the PURD provision, but that there be a development agreement required.
I will second that.
There you go.
Okay.
Can I ask what the development agreement is going to add? What the substance of the development agreement would be? That's for you, Travis, actually.
That it not be mustard colored, that we stagger the facades.
What would the developer's agreement entail?
Well, the developer's agreement as originally visioned by staff was an agreement to annex prior to application for building permits or prior to development. Sorry, I'll have to take a look at the language.
So it really has nothing to do with the design of the project itself?
It's already annexed.
This one's already in the city, so.
Yes. Let's see. Oh, okay. So in this case, the developer's agreement was an agreement that public access for recreation will be provided along the river in a manner approved by the shoreline permit as part of the development of the site. Acknowledgement that there are noise, vibration, odors, and public facilities from public facilities that will affect them, and that the third was agreement to develop as a planned unit residential development. So really, you're talking just about 1C, which is the PURD.
Right.
So, Brian, I know you're concerned about the look.
Yes.
And I share some of that concern, and I would really hope that when we're done talking about the annual review of the comprehensive plan, that we can dive into the multifamily and the high-density residential code, and that prior to an application being vested, we could modify what we allow.
Might I say that is extremely optimistic?
I think it would be easier to tweak the planned urban residential development portion of it to maybe make that more palatable than the larger subject of medium density.
So we were tasked by the city council a year and 4 months ago to get on our MDR and HDR code, and we have not done it. Because our comprehensive plan requires different densities than our code, and because we have never done a good overhaul of our MDR and HDR code, which is why many citizens are very upset about what gets built that's why there's a lack of support for it within the community. So I think that's a vital thing that we have to get on. So I don't know, the PURD code's newer than the MDR and the HDR code. Just as point of information. But if they break ground tomorrow, I guess we wouldn't have any input.
Well, again, I'm only one vote.
We want you to be happy.
Any more thoughts about this?
No, so they're talking about not that specific condition.
So just before we go on, just so there's no confusion, the way you stated the motion, I think, was a little bit ambiguous. It sounded like you were referring to the previous developers agreement, which included the PURD. And I don't believe that was your intention.
It was not.
So, I don't know.
The
Does staff think
developers-
that needs an amendment or just a change, a clarification?
So there were multiple parts to the developers agreement. I mean, it's next to the sewer plant, it's next to the freeway.
Right.
So I think part of the developers agreement was recognition. There was the public access part of it. I specifically wanted to take the PURD out. However, there's only 4 of us. I don't want the motion to fail. I'm willing to amend.
You're willing to amend to keep the PURD requirement?
Yeah. Sorry, guys, but I am.
Then I'll support it.
I'll amend that we go straight with the staff report and include the PURD requirement.
Okay, so we need a motion to amend it. Go on.
And I just needed to verify that you're now talking about, technically, we've moved on to the discussion of case number 10. You don't necessarily need to make the individual recommendations one way or the other. I think the appropriate motion would be whether you remove condition 1C from this recommendation.
Okay, fantastic.
The Tony recommendation was fine because it was not previously
not yet
covered
exist.
under
Okay.
previous motions.
Okay, all right. So do we need a broad motion to approve first, and then we can amend as we go? Should we do it that way?
Point of order, could Connie rescind her second? I'll rescind my motion. We'll start over.
That sounds fine to me.
Connie
that-
may not want to do that. but-
No, I will rescind it because what happened last time is I tried to take the PURD code out and
Yeah.
it failed, so.
All right. So is that all copacetic if we drop the current
I believe
motion on the
so.
table?
I
Okay.
believe so.
So-
You stated that you want to rescind them, and we can
Okay.
start fresh.
So
Yeah.
should we make?
Do we maybe want to take a look at the recommendations that are in the staff report? If you want something dropped off of that, it would simplify your lives knowing what the changes
Yeah.
are before you do the motions.
Okay, so I guess I was.
And can we have the motion in writing if you're going to make it very complicated, please?
All right. Seems prudent.
So I can do that.
Okay, so what would be just so we get this straight ahead of time? What is
So
it that
I'm
we
gonna
would be
read-
amending?
I'm going to read the staff report.
But are you reading the back? I mean,
The conditions?
The conditions?
I'm reading finding 39, 40,
I mean,
and
because
41.
Travis has outlined everything on the back under
Yeah. there's
staff
a-
recommendations.
And that's what's being shown here. So for example, the conditions on page 51 of your staff report, the stuff that's in black is stuff that you approved at the last meeting.
Correct.
We're on Woodland Commerce Center.
Yeah.
Okay.
He understands.
So this is
He's just
from
opened
top
it
to
up.
bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can go to the Woodland Commerce Center one if that's the one you want to start with.
Well, I wanted to do them in order, but somebody mentioned doing the easy
The
ones
easy
first.
ones.
Yeah.
So if we propose amendments at this point, what is it that we are amending? I guess is my point. Should we have a motion, a broad motion to approve the whole thing, and we can amend that once we're inside it?
You don't necessarily need to have motions. You can just instruct me what you
Okay.
do or don't want in the staff report, and then you can adopt the conditions as amended during the discussion.
Okay, so we're just going to talk that out. We're not going to vote on each one.
That's that's,
How do you all feel about that? Or would
unless
you rather do it?
unless
Would
you
you
want
rather
to
do a
vote for
formal
the inclusion
motion?
or exclusion.
Well,
You want to see how talking it out works, and if we break down and don't get anywhere, then we'll go back to the more rigid structure.
all right, so do we have something? Are we now back to kind of square one on something? Because I do have a motion I want to make. Okay. Coming back to the density ratios, Brian, in your motion at the last meeting, we all assumed that it applied citywide. And the way it was interpreted, it would apply to Ajo only. So I move that we recommend that the city council amend its comprehensive plan to reflect the density ratio of 75% single-family residences and 25% multifamily or high-density residential citywide, and that this amendment be forwarded to City Council for action during this annual comprehensive plan update.
Do you have that in writing? And
I
can
do.
Get a copy of it?
I do. I'll be happy to give it to you. All right, is there,
I'll second it.
I have a question for Travis. Can I? When we asked about that ratio, changing it from the 60-40 to 75-25, I don't remember you having any strong objections to that or seeing any negative consequences to that. Do you still feel that way, or did I misunderstand you?
Without expanding the urban growth boundary, or without doing only high-density development within the city, there would be no way for us to implement our comprehensive plan policies and targets without a 60-40 scenario. That's neither supporting nor it's...
also, I think it's important to point out that Woodland is in violation. Surrounding communities, including Clark County, Ridgefield, La Center, Kalama, and even Vancouver, they have the ratio of 75-25. And Washington Administrative Code says you must be in compliance when you border other areas.
I don't see anything in that code that says we have to have the same ratio in our comprehensive plan. I don't see it that way.
And I technically, I believe the interpretation would be it has to be consistent with the plans, and our plan has been found consistent with Growth Management Act and county plans.
Consistent with does not mean identical to.
As of 2016, or when
All right.
we adopted it.
I'm going to read this in. It says, each county or city comprehensive plan must be coordinated with and consistent with the comprehensive plans of other counties and cities that share common borders or related regional issues with that county or city. Determining consistency in this interjurisdictional context is complicated by the differences in timing of comprehensive plan adoption and subsequent amendments. So I think the citizens of Woodland, this is going to have a detrimental impact if we keep this at 60-40. The citizens want a very livable community, and I believe strongly that we should change it to 65, and I have a motion on the floor that has been seconded.
Yeah, and I think that is a much more reasonable argument. I don't think there's any legal compliance with the GMA. I don't think that enters into it here. But I think, that if people want to change it, that's a real thing. I think the legal one, I think, is not actually an issue. And you do have a motion, and we are discussing it.
So kind of your last little comment, you said 65, but you mean 75-25,
I meant
right?
75-25, and I will repeat that, 75-25.
Well, I support it. Everybody here, no matter which side of the issue we're on, has talked about livability of the community and wanting larger lot sizes.
So, yeah, the people I hear talking about larger lot sizes are are not inside of the city, and I think the desire there is to preserve the rural character that exists outside the city right now. And I don't believe that goal is best served by having large lot sizes within the city and having low density within the city. I believe that goal is better served by concentrating a population in a smaller area rather than consuming more land, more rural land, more agricultural land that people like the way it is. If our planning assumption gave us a population that we have to accommodate, that we're trying to accommodate. Legally, we have to try to accommodate that. We can try to accommodate that within the city limits by allowing an increase in density, or we can accommodate that by spreading out into, for example, the bottoms, where it's pretty clear people aren't interested in us expanding. Not everyone, obviously. Applicants clearly are very much in favor of that, and potentially some other folks too. It's not cut and dry. But if we're talking about preserving rural character, which is a value that's also very important to me, I think it's a bit disingenuous to say that developing less densely serves that goal. It might serve another goal that's important to us, but not that one.
So we have had testimony from two city residents that were very specific about Cherry Blossom Lane and the Hope's neighborhood. I assume she included that in her testimony, that larger lot sizes rather than smaller lot sizes were desirable for the community to preserve the character of the rural setting, provide for children to play, safety, dogs running, kids running. So that maybe, I understand the growth issue of urban sprawl, but I don't think we've had anyone who's testified since we started this process that said they would like to see smaller lot sizes in the single-family residential zone.
No, I don't disagree with what you're saying, Judy, and
Okay.
I don't think I was terribly clear just now. I'm not in favor by any means of uniformly dense development. I don't think that's good for anybody, and I don't think anybody likes that. That is certainly not what I'm suggesting. What I am suggesting is that medium and higher densities are not detrimental to the rural character or a mix of
Okay.
sizes.
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
I believe that we can accommodate a lot of, especially on the periphery of the city. I don't think it serves anyone well to concentrate population there. I'm thinking of
As per the applicants next to the airport, higher density.
Sure. Or, existing developed areas that might have, individual lots that would like to increase their density. I think we can accommodate a lot of population that way without causing a lot of the detrimental effects that people are worried about, and actually improve livability while increasing density in, where it's appropriate to do so. I'm getting a bit far afield.
I agree with that.
I'm getting a bit far afield, but I hear this talk about preserving rural character with large lots, and I just can't get behind that. At least not within the city. Outside the city, that's a whole different ballgame.
We are the city. We live here. Those of us who live in this city, we don't want a lot of more dense development in the city to add more to the traffic, to add more to all the issues that's important to us. Woodland is considered a small, it's only 3.4 square miles. We need to make this livable, and
Right.
by doing it is not increasing density.
So what I'm saying, Connie, is that if we have to plan for a certain population, we have to accommodate the population that we, collaborated with the state on arriving at. If we have to accommodate that population, the pinch points in our transportation system are going to be an issue regardless of the area that we accommodate that population in. By spreading it out, we create a need for more infrastructure. We create more traffic because trips are longer.
I'm not going to. I understand where you're coming from because it's my understanding that you proposed the 60-40. So, but I who live here in this town want, and I believe from public testimony, we want a very livable city, a well thought out city, and
So just to clarify, I did not suggest that 60-40 split. That was, I believe it already existed in the comp plan prior to my time and was recommended by the consultants who helped with the revision.
all right, I stand corrected. All right. Any more discussion?
And it was arrived at through extensive public outreach as well.
I understand your comment about driving denser development to the central core area. We're talking about existing neighborhoods that are outside the core, except for you guys, and expansion of the UGB, which is also outside the core. One of the reasons I support the application of the Woodland Commercial Center is that I think it will enhance the core area by bringing more housing into the core area. So I think that's a good thing. I think that is something that our comprehensive plan addresses in trying to enhance the historic core of Woodland. And by driving density to that area, it makes it a better, more livable city, which encourages use of the parks and the connectivity of the parks. We've talked about that other times. So I'm not going to rag on it. I understand what you're saying, Tel. And I can buy some of it.
Just a little. Anyway, I'm in favor of, and this is something that's really important to me. I'm in favor of a mix of densities, not just across the city, but within neighborhoods as well. I think that makes places a lot more interesting to walk through, a lot more interesting to live, and just nicer overall. And there is absolutely a place for that more dispersed development. And I think we're doing a relatively good job of providing that already. But we're not doing a great job of providing more compact development towards the middle of town.
Well, good, when we talk about some of the other things we can do.
Right, but that does, this ratio still comes into that, right? Because that ratio is a citywide ratio.
Well, let's
that
call
we're
the
aiming
question.
for.
I call the question.
Okay, I think there's still discussion to be had, but
I'm sorry, I called the question.
I don't believe that you can just cut off debate. However, I feel that I have said what I would like, but I'd like to give others the opportunity to do that as well.
I don't have anything else
Okay,
to add.
great. Let's do a vote. I think we should roll call this. Could I request that I don't think it's a real issue, but I just want to cover my bases, to not influence that the chair be called last.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Connie Taylor.
Yes.
Thank you. June Jones.
Yes.
Brian Mattson.
Aye.
Tel Jensen.
No. All right, the motion carries. So, let's maybe get back to what we were getting started on then. Do we want to go from top to bottom on the staff recommendation, or do we want to go bits and pieces the way we had started? It seems kind of the least confusing to just go start at the top. But I'm happy to be convinced otherwise.
I'm fine starting at the top. You mean in the order that it's presented?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. On page
Yeah,
51.
let's start with Franklin Loop.
Connie, June, you okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Franklin Loop it is.
I agree with staff recommendation.
I do too. As I remember the developer when he was here, or the owner, he did not seem very enamored with the high density. So I think that had a role in Travis's suggestion to go to the medium density.
So would number 4 supersede number 2 on there?
Theoretically, it would. It
Okay.
should.
Okay. All right, sounds like that's not terribly controversial, so let's move on.
Does everybody agree with that, though? You
Yeah,
want
does everybody agree with that?
2 removed, but 4
Yeah,
to take
so
its
we're
place?
replacing 2 with number 4. Okay. On to Dyke Access Road.
That was the one where we had the little island.
Yeah, the change was
And
to expand it to the
It
road.
does make a lot of sense to include just the area around it. in
Was
between
there,
those
I feel like there was a reason we didn't. Because it was suggested.
The rest of the properties around it weren't applying for it. Probably that's all the only reason.
Were there some, it seemed like there were some that were opposed, maybe.
I don't remember that it was discussed.
Okay.
I don't remember any opposition on that one, but besides general opposition, growth in the bottoms in general.
Right. I just thought it had come up. Okay. All right. Everybody, my impression was that everybody was in favor of expanding to complete the square there.
The medium density shouldn't be there. I apologize. Because they're not within the city, we don't assign.
We don't need to give them
zoning.
a zone. Okay. So we'll strike number 2, but include to the road.
But include what, I'm sorry?
To Burke.
Include out to Burke Road and
Okay.
south to
Robinson.
Robinson. Thank you.
Roberson, one of the two.
All right, ready to move on from there?
Without the medium density.
Yeah, we're striking
Oh,
the
yeah,
striking the number.
Striking.
Yep.
Okay.
Next is Aho.
I'm in favor of moving it to the whole parcels. I think it's problematic, and it could possibly leave a barrier to a more seamless development in the future.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I know that Mr. Mattson also requested the WE or WB parcel next to it. I don't know if I'm, because that was part of the original tranche, is my understanding.
Mhm.
But I don't know if I'm fully in favor of that.
Yeah, I think if they want to be able to include that in the future, then build good rectilinear roads, and it won't be a problem.
So I wasn't in favor of the commercial. I wasn't in favor of the commercial or the industrial classification in tranche 1. I'm still not. I'm sympathetic to what Mr. Ferguson has to say. I still realize we have a conflict between existing uses there north of Pinkerton Road and on the far eastern edge at the east end of Pinkerton Road where we have a paint company or something. I still feel like that's the lake. You know, we have a slaughterhouse and a trucking company and a paint company next to natural resources. And I think that there's residential use on either side of the property that Mr. Ferguson talked about. And I think that zoning that commercial is contrary to the comprehensive plan. It's not forcing the commercial use into the core and existing commercial areas. It's an expansion of commercial where.
So just to clarify, Mr. Ferguson was requesting that it be residential.
Yeah, but our recommendation was that it be commercial. That's what we passed at the last meeting. And so I didn't like it then, I don't like it now. And then, shock of all shocks, I think we're probably not going far enough south. I feel like we made a decision that is contrary to what we've been talking about. I think that the recent application at the south end of the Woodland Bottoms is something that we're either ignoring or failing to realize that we have an application here of an area that is 200-some acres, as I recall, in what we're proposing is 200 acres.
337 in the neighborhood, I think.
Okay.
Sorry.
337 acres. So based on Tulip Meadows, that would be 300 homes would be allowed on that area in the county under the current county ordinance or more. I also brought the Castle Rock that was recently approved at Castle Rock. Those are third-acre lots, 1/3 of an acre lots. I think that we're not being pragmatic about what's happening in that area already, and that we should we should revisit this as to whether or not we should be taking that entire area and requiring that it be phased, and that we take steps to slow down the growth rather than allow it to happen at the accelerated rate that it is.
Could that be accomplished through a urban holding designation?
With,
Well, we'd have to expand our urban growth boundary to be able to make any rules at all on it.
Well, that's what she's suggesting.
Yeah.
She's suggesting expanding the urban growth boundary to take in, but one way you can, moderate the growth is through an urban holding designation for that parcel, those parcels out there. But I agree with June. I think we're making a mistake because the county's going to, development's going to happen regardless.
Yeah.
This is somewhat different than my understanding of your previous positions. Is that mainly because of the that they were doing in Cowlitz County? Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, we hear that residents out there are very concerned about not preserving the smaller lots that have been created and that are living on now. And I'm like, I understand that. I'm sympathetic to it. But I also see that we had an application that was withdrawn and almost an immediate action to circumvent why we're here talking about this, which is intense development in that area with no input from the city and no input from the neighbors. The county, the county approved the one in Castle Rock. They've already approved Tulip Meadows 1. They don't have any grounds to not approve the 76 that are opposed. There's, quite frankly, there isn't any of the applicants that can immediately apply for this type of rural subdivision. And the neighbors that are here that are talking to us about, please preserve what we have, we can, and our own, who we represent as the city, and we can't do anything to preserve what we have here in the city if we allow this rampant growth on our borders. So I think, even though I'm the one who said, let's go as far as Wyman Road, I'm like, I didn't feel good about it at the time. I'm like, we're just putting off a decision that needs to be made.
So what we're looking at tonight is just the changes to what, the things on the staff report.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So, just from a philosophical point of view, I don't believe that the Growth Management Act and urban growth boundaries are intended to be a jurisdictional battle. They're intended to create, orderly planning for growth. And
Mhm.
I think there is widespread agreement in this room that the county's not doing a great job. And some of us think that we can do better, but I just have a sort of an opposition to using this tool in that way. I don't think an arms race of that nature is in our long-term interest and possibly not in our short-term interest either. And I'm not sure we have the tools to even do that. Currently we don't, because we don't have an urban holding designation. So
my question would be, can you formulate a motion to recommend the city council make progress towards urban holding? So that theoretically might be a recommendation to the city council to recommend to Cowlitz County work with us to develop that. It may not be something that we have in our power to develop on their behalf.
And I also think self-determination is important. And a lot of people heard us, and I think understood that we shared a lot of the same goals as them. That we wanted to control the rate and the nature of development outside of Woodland. And even with that knowledge, my impression was that people preferred to deal with the county than to deal with the city. And that's not the only consideration, but I think that is something we should consider. They were aware that we were interested in doing it that way, but didn't didn't seem to like that option. And that weighs heavy on me. I am also sympathetic to the notion that if we had control over it, we could do better.
Maybe.
It's a big maybe, because we have 6-year terms on the planning commission. We don't have a lot of necessarily clout with the city council, and the city council comes and goes pretty rapidly. And I don't think we can count on them to share our opinions about these things. Some of you may have different opinions and different experiences in that regard than I do.
Yeah. So the annexation on Lewis River Road happened in 2004, where Connie lives at the current time, and out past the intermediate school and along the gas pipeline. Those annexations and preliminary plats were approved, I think, in 2005, 2006. The economy tanked. They sit vacant to this day.
And there is a current, there were ongoing investigations about that. Yeah, a new
investigations.
Sorry, my words are failing me. It's getting late.
Pre-application conference.
Yeah, pre-application conference for a subdivision there.
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to find the map. On these properties out here.
Yeah. Oh, there, not past the middle school.
No, not behind the middle school.
Okay.
There was a pre-app in January of last year.
Okay.
But we haven't seen them since.
Okay. All right.
So as I recall, and Travis, you would probably have a better memory, but as I recall, that development permit included where the B Young RV site is, where the gas pipeline is, where you have a current application, and the large parcel on Lewis River Road. And there was a number of density blends between the commercial, the residential, the floodplain. But that land has basically, other than where Connie is, and she's in a historic home there.
But that wasn't due to city action. That was all due
But that's
to
what
the
I'm
vagaries
saying.
of
I'm
the
saying
economy.
with this application before us, we don't have a crystal ball as to what will happen, other than we know there will be change. We don't know when it will happen, but we know there will be change, and it could be up or down. I'm just saying, we have applications that show us that we are going to have growth, and it's not going to be where we're expecting it, immediately adjacent to our barter. It's at the very furthest south end. And so we're losing, by not addressing it, we're losing control to force that growth to occur in a more orderly fashion.
Yeah. No, you're right. But there again, I feel like this is not the tool to address that. I know that's not what it was written for. That doesn't mean that's not the way it can be used.
I just don't know what other tool we have.
I mean, can you point to an example where it's been effectively used this way?
What, expansion of the UGB?
Expansion of the UGB to preserve a rural area.
Well, I can point to examples in other states.
Okay, I'm interested in that.
Texas, Oregon, best
Texas
examples.
isn't a planning state in the whole state.
Do you want it specific to UGB or states that have adopted land use ordinances that provide for larger densities within city limits?
No, I'm curious about at least resembling our GMA and UGAs as we've got it here.
All right, this might not be the best example, but if you look at the center part of Horseshoe Lake, that is in an urban holding designation in Clark County.
Is it?
Yes. And so that's a near-term example that, but it's in an urban holding designation.
Interesting. There's also not an owner interested in developing.
That's not my point. My point
Right.
is, you asked for an example, and I gave you an example.
Right, yeah, but I'm just talking about it I'm
Yeah.
talking about the differences. Like in this case, we have owners who are interested in developing, so that.
Actually, Mr. Wills has explored development a number of times.
Right, and that's sort of rattled around town and come to us occasionally, but has not pursued that as far as I understand. And whether that's, I'm not friendly enough with him to know whether that's because of the urban holding or not, but it's good to know. about
And
that
here's
one
the
close
reality
here.
of the situation out there. Development is going to come regardless. And if we were to expand the urban growth boundary to the Lewis River, essentially, that at least gives the city of Woodland control that can work with homeowners rather than, because these people will still continue to use the roads, the services, and everything in Woodland. I understand. I would, I have great sympathy. That's why we did what we did. But the reality is, somebody's going to come in and do what Benno did.
Could we get Tulip Flats in before that's, this replat before that's approved?
Probably not. Probably not.
And I would just like to point out that words matter, and technically we're not talking about control, we're talking about influence.
Planning.
I apologize.
Yeah, so, because we say it a lot, and I've said it before in the past too, that really what we're talking about is influencing the decisions that the county makes within that area. Because right now, we theoretically
So this isn't, you know.
I appreciate your
are twice
comment.
removed from the influence.
Right, so this gets us one step closer, but it's still, it's not a silver bullet. And we
That's
might,
right.
you know, if that gambit fails, then are we worse off?
Well, I think there's.
I think we might be.
Well, there's two ways. I mean, there's two levels here. Number one is that it could encourage applicants to immediately apply within the county, which would immediately force the growth to happen without influence by the city. And my understanding, and I know Travis and I have talked about it in the past, that annexation requests have to be, that's a city council action. It doesn't come through the planning commission, it comes through the city council.
And that is exactly how Clark County ended up with their urban holding, is after they were working with their comprehensive plan for a while, they noticed that there was a surge of applications just outside the boundary, rural 5, 10s, 20s, and they implemented the urban holding to prevent that premature.
But that's a county designation, right?
Yep.
It's not, yeah.
Yep.
So,
But very frankly, I would love to see larger lot sizes, but it would be a vast project for the city because we do not have road standards that are suitable for a rural subdivision within our ordinances. We have a lot of things that our ordinance would not provide well for a larger community footprint for the residential units. And so time to plan would be necessary.
right, so, you know, I think my feeling on it is like exploring that tool and talking to the county and like developing that tool is a good idea that we should do, but it doesn't exist now. And expanding our boundary that far without having that already at our disposal, it seems real risky to me.
We shouldn't expand it at all then.
You find me very sympathetic to that argument.
Well, then you have growth, you have uncontrolled growth outside city limits.
And but I'm not convinced this would rein that in whatsoever. Because we don't have that designation, we don't have that tool at our disposal. And I don't think we could get it in time.
But we do have that tool. The city council makes that determination by annexation.
Makes which determination?
The city council decides whether or not they will accept an application for annexation, not the planning commission. So we may expand the urban growth boundary, and the city council may regularly say no to requests for annexations. They do not have to approve a request for annexation. Correct, Travis?
Yeah.
Right, but they do have to provide services at that point, right?
No.
No.
I thought once it was in the, okay, all right.
Well,
Depends on who you talk to, maybe.
Depends on who you talk to.
So,
Okay.
Brian, you could expand on that, right? Nope. Oh.
I thought that just, I know you're kind of going in the weeds with the annexation. I understand
Mike,
that it's related. I thought nearly every citizen of the Bottoms has come up and opposed growth, and for reasons that I think are valid. I thought that dipping our toe in the water, albeit it's a large chunk, was kind of a balance against, the fact that they're going to divide anyway, right? We're seeing that already, and the need to get some control without opening the entire thing up before there's infrastructure to support it, as so many citizens have repeated. I thought that what we did before was a compromise that, I don't know if anybody really truly supported the compromise, but I thought it was a compromise nonetheless. And opening the entire thing up, I think, is turning a deaf ear to everyone that's testified.
I agree.
I understand why you feel that way. I just am like, the probability is that we will have 300 houses built at the south end of the Woodland Bottoms before annexation occurs on what we are designating as urban growth boundary.
Valid concerns.
Yeah, so I'm just going like, we are forcing the development to the far south end of the Bottoms, which is not in the best interest of the city.
But I don't believe expanding the urban growth boundary would prevent that, because they can develop without annexing.
No, not once you're inside the urban growth boundary.
Unless we condition a developer's agreement, but that's also not up to.
Once you're
us.
inside the urban growth boundary, the county has to come to the city.
And they have to apply city standards. So, for example, the very southern tip, if they extend water and sewer main all the way to the southern tip, they could potentially develop in the growth area without annexation.
Right.
But it would require a significant investment in city infrastructure, including streets, water, sewer, at that point. So that's part of the reason why we have the developers agreements and the connection agreements that say annexation prior to certain conditions as a condition of connection.
And I don't remember all the reasons why the city was in the habit of extending water service outside the city limits. It was very common. And then the city has changed their policy. And part of that was because the city was furnishing water to rural subdivisions outside the city limits. And I think as a policy, the city said, we don't want development based on our city water outside of our city limits. So if, in talking about this policy change for Empress Heights, if we say, okay, we'll furnish water outside our city boundaries, then we're even expanding it more likely that we would have somebody outside city limits make a request for water and use it to develop to residential standards that the county would allow without any input from the city. A month ago I was like, yeah, this is a compromise, but based on what I'm seeing happen on the Woodland Bottoms, I'm like, we're just ignoring what's in front of us by compromising. And I'm very sensitive. We used to have a lady here, and she was like, I live in this house, I want to continue to burn, I want to continue to run my tractor. And I'm like, yeah, I understand that. But down the road from you, you got 81 houses going in. And the next farmer over is going to do it. And we're talking about what Mr. Ferguson proposed on their family property. There's nothing to stop them from immediately making that application. And by proposing that we zone it commercial, they'll probably go apply before we get this done. And it'll be done. Certainly I would, if I were them.
pre-approval applications before the county, if you were to expand the urban growth, would that even stop that? Because they've already made pre-application?
I don't believe so.
Once the property is inside the woodland urban growth boundary, when you apply for a permit in the county, the city has more authority as to what the city can require for an urban subdivision.
If they've already started the process, it's the
No,
rules
they
at the
have to be
time.
vested.
Do you know if they were contingently vested, or if they have contingent vesting on their pre-apps up in Cowlitz?
Like for, like the one, Benno's one that's pending, I don't know, I do not believe that they are vested yet, because they have to have fully complete applications in to vest.
Oh, I think you've said that before.
Yeah.
But they're well on
So
their
they
way.
can't- They can't vest at a pre-app.
Yes, they can't vest it. Oh, he has applied already? Oh, yes. So he has existing vested projects, yeah.
They're not 2-acre lots.
That's what they were when we went to the courthouse, okay?
So he's changing that.
So the existing
They're not
approvals
anymore.
are for 2 acres.
So, folks,
1 acres, right?
yeah, we gotta.
But the replat is smaller.
The resolution from 2002 commits the county to implementing city standards within the urban growth area. So if they are not vested, they would have to build urban standards. Even if they're currently unzoned and outside the city limits, they would have to build the city standards.
Right. So we would have to beat them, and at this point, it's most likely too late for that. We would not be fast enough.
Probably not.
No. So that's,
Probably
I would
for-
assume that's a done deal.
But probably that would hold true for even what we're talking about in tranche 1. I doubt that we could get anything approved before the entire area could be vested. And I know there's people in the room here that probably know better than I do how quickly you can get vested in a permit for a subdivision in Cowlitz County.
So it sounds like maybe we're still divided on this one.
Well, I think we've shifted gears, or June has shifted gears.
Yeah, I shifted gears.
Right? So
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to back up, rediscuss this, or if you want to just move forward with the specific questions that staff prepared tonight. If you want to move back, I guess it doesn't make much sense to move forward. Does that make sense? I mean, why answer this
Let's see what-
question on the Aho deal if you want to?
Let's just do a quick, how everybody's feeling about this one. June, do you want to go all the way to the river?
Well, I would rather not do any of it, but I think that pragmatically, we should go all the way to the river.
Okay. I do not think that. Brian, how are you feeling?
I think there are reasons that June wants to do that, and I think they're valid reasons, but I want to respect the people that have testified and the property owners in the Woodland Bottoms who are very strongly against that.
All right, Connie, how are you feeling about it?
Well, I'm very sympathetic. I guess I'm with June. I would really prefer to do nothing, but I think it's inevitable, and I think it would probably be better for us to take it all the way to the river.
Okay, so we got 2 want to go all the way to the river and 2 don't.
I mean, I'd prefer that we go to the county and tell them to zone it. That'd be okay
Again,
with me, too.
I think you might be spitting into the wind there.
Yes, would be.
So,
And-
in the interest of moving forward,
I would just like to inject something.
Please.
In terms of the residential property going from commercial to residential, I have no problem with that, you know, that the Ferguson. And also, well, to meet the Hauser thing, that would be, he suggested maybe going to commercial, what they asked for. I have no objection to that. So basically, it's
It's a
almost
swap.
an exchange, yeah.
That's swap? All right. Just in the interest of getting some momentum moving forward, how do you feel about that? Coming back down this way.
Can I, so for information purposes here for the Planning Commission, Cowlitz County 10-acre subdivisions are exempt from planning. So you can take a 200-acre parcel and divide it into 20 10-acre parcels tomorrow morning. You can then do a boundary line adjustment, which takes about 2 weeks, and you can divide that down to 19 2-acre 5-acre lots, I think is the comp plan designation now. And then you dump the remaining acreage back in, and you re-divvy it up into 10s, and you boundary line adjust it again. So the land use regulations in Cowlitz County are creative. I see people nodding their head that are aware. So the ability of some of these applicants to not go through the county process and not go through the city process can be amazingly fast. And so some of these applicants can divide their property by next week. So I don't know that we're going to have any effect on any of this. But from the standpoint of being what's best for the city, and possibly what's best for the residents who do not want rapid growth, is to try to plan, try to force the planning down their throats. We may have the reverse effect of causing some of these folks to immediately do something else.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. I think we're mostly sympathetic to that. Just to get some momentum going again. Brian, how do you feel about that trade, the commercial for residential?
I think it's fine. Mr. Mayor said earlier that the lack of frontage on the Ferguson parcel does make it a little less desirable for commercials. Makes sense to me.
And June, how do you feel about that one small part of this?
I was for that last time, so I'm for it still.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so we got that out of the way. I feel like I think the whole grab some influence with the urban growth boundary is a bit of a gambit. I think hedging our bets on that might be wise. I think what we've proposed, or what Travis has proposed in the staff report, is as good a way to do that as I have encountered. I don't, I hear you have some skepticism about that option as well. You just think it's maybe the best one we've got.
I think the whole thing's unfortunate.
Yeah, all right. So, with that in mind, please.
I have a quick question for Travis. These are just once a year, these comp plans changes?
Yes.
So the soonest we could react for any unforeseen development, because they're getting in under the wire, would be next year, it'd be a full year. Okay.
So that we started this in 2018.
Yes, the 1819. So the city council can technically take action in May.
Okay.
Because the last action they took was in April of last year.
Okay, so it just has to be at least a year between.
Yes, 1 calendar year between decisions.
Okay, so if we had gotten this done the first meeting it was brought up, then.
And can I point out something that I noticed in the staff report? So, condition 1B, which is the PURD, should not be there because your recommendation was not to include a PURD for case number 5. Also, as I read condition D, my recommendation, that's not actually what I recommended. My recommendation is that we only bring in whole parcels.
Right.
And that's not technically what this says.
Right, okay. So, let's make that change. We'll strike B. Is that, everybody's cool with that? Yes. Fantastic. So B's out. And D, I'm just going to check again, see how everybody's feeling, because we got to work this out one way or the other. So Connie, I'm going to start with you. How do you feel about just including those whole parcels and not going to the river?
I'm okay just with the whole parcels at this point.
Okay. Brian?
I feel the same way.
Okay, June, how's it? I know you don't like any options.
Well, I mean, the applicant has the ability to boundary line adjust those parcels, so it only goes as far as Wyman Road.
No, that's not my understanding of staff's recommendation would be that the
I
urban
know
growth
that-
boundary would be pushed out to the boundaries of those parcels.
I understand, and I understand that the Donalds own a piece that we're effectively leaving out, which is contiguous, and I'm like, well, why are we doing that? But I understand the arguments that Mr. Madsen outlined in his letter about annexation and valuation, and how do you do that when a parcel is cross-regulated between two jurisdictions. But the applicant has the ability to complete a boundary line adjustment with the county and coincide with what we recommended. And so if we're going to stick on what we recommended, which was to go to Wyman Road, then I would say let's stick on Wyman Road.
Okay. All right, let me just run that back down the line. How does
I
just...
don't like that.
Okay, you like the whole
You want to go
parcels?
all the way to the river,
No,
or
no.
you want to go to Wyman? Is that what I'm understanding? Those are the
Yep.
two options?
Well,
Okay, no,
I'm
I don't
like,
that.
the argument that we made a month ago was we were gonna put our toes in the water, and we were only gonna go as far as Wyman. And staff has come back and said, you should do whole parcels.
And I agree with that.
Okay.
You know, and to be honest, I wasn't in favor of adding the WB parcel because I thought we were trying to limit the growth.
We were.
As a compromise.
We were.
But now there seems to be a strong push to go all the way to the river, so that makes my compromise thought irrelevant.
Well,
of not including the
I think we're getting
parcel.
close to. I think I think we should move forward with staff's recommendation, and we'll consider the rest of these. And if in the meantime that seems really objectionable to everybody, I propose that we can move for an amendment at that time. Does that seem all right? So what I'm suggesting is, because I feel like we had.
I thought we were just gonna get consensus and not vote.
Yeah, for now, yeah. And then if
Okay.
we want to deviate from that consensus later, then we'll do it through. a
Okay.
motion. So just for moving forward, do we feel all right with staff's recommendations as they stand?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. June, you're never going to be happy.
No, that's not true. I'm happy most days.
I'm within the confines of this
Yeah.
setting here.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So with striking B, we're going to stick with what you got, and the different understanding of D.
Waltz Ferguson's plus whole parcel.
Yep.
That's what I took.
Fantastic,
Okay.
great. The Beatty, moving on. The only difference from my recommendation was adding a light industrial zone. That seems relatively uncontroversial to me.
I support staff's recommendation.
Did the other members of the commission have a chance to read the letter from the neighbors that was on our tabletops here tonight?
No.
I did have a chance to do that, yes.
So we got a letter from the Crows, who own a significant piece of property adjacent to Mr. Beatty's property. And as I recall, the Crows were not included in the Scott Hill annexation, but I might be wrong about that. but they have a letter here that showed up tonight, and they asked for a comment. They supported the change, but they said they would like to see our specific request for additional conditions of approval consistent with Woodland staff recommendation for rezoning to industrial. We request the developer's agreement with the city contain a condition that no people can reside in the structures on the site. Residential use on the site is not only inconsistent with the area, but residential use is also unsafe. And this came from the Crows. And they discuss, we own about 10 acres of residential property at the top of Woodland View Road. They also have an agreement with the park property for City Street and water and sewer to be extended to their property from Scott Hill, which is part of the Scott Hill Park Improvement Project. They said, they agreed, but they said for several years there have been issues with dogs and chickens loose on the nearby roads. Children living and playing on the site are next to Old Pack Highway with its high-speed traffic. The site was used in violation of city code. Its dual industrial plus residential uses jeopardize the safety of the families, its children, and the public traveling on the adjacent roadways. I liked what they put in their letter. Yes, Travis.
I would point out that in the industrial district, under the light industrial, they would not be able to have residential
That's what I
unless
was
it was
gonna
a
say.
caretaker's residence, and that site is not big enough that would allow for any use that requires a caretaker's, or qualifies for a caretaker. So it might be a moot point because the zoning will address that.
Okay.
See, and I thought we addressed that, that we laid it out for Mr.
We
Beatty,
did.
what he would have to
Yes.
do.
He
So
specifically said he would move his house off that site.
that's what he did say. Thank you.
But we didn't make it a condition.
We didn't.
I thought we made it a condition that he had to go through site plan review, which
Compliant-
would
he has to comply with
force
city
all
code.
these things to happen.
That was my understanding as well.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest we skip on to the next one with that because I think those are reasonable concerns and I think that they're also addressed in the staff recommendation. So, you satisfied?
I agree with the industrial zone.
Okay.
I agree with the industrial zone.
Right.
I don't find that if we rezone, that we won't have a non-conforming use there that is not addressed by what the neighbors are asking for.
That was it? Okay.
Nobody else
We might have
does.
to agree to disagree on that, I'm afraid. So let's move on to the Loomis piece. So staff's recommendation was to expand onto a to-be-determined wedge with a commercial designation and suggest that the city council consider amending their policy of extending water up there. I think there was some concern about this, so I don't want to try to skip over it. I also have a little bit of concern about it. I think if we were going to recommend allowing a water connection that 150% is not high enough. I think maybe that it's reasonable for that to be an option, but at greater than 100% of city rates.
And that's with my understanding of the developer or Gary Loomis or whomever
Mhm.
paying for the water line to be extended.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you think 150% is too low even if they install it?
I do.
I think that, there's, the Crow property would be a good example, has city water extended to their property. But the meters, the state requires that water be delivered at a certain pound per square, at a certain pressure at the location of the meter. And I doubt that Mr. Loomis has taken into consideration that he might have trouble meeting the requirements for having meters without building a water tower at the top of the hill. So the delivery of water that the city used to do is not feasible where you have slope.
If they're not accepted into the urban growth boundary, we're not obligated in any way to fund
Right.
anything.
Right, but, right, so if they
Mhm.
want to pay for it,
Let them.
then maybe they can't. Travis, you had something to say?
So, as I mentioned, the recommendation is simply that we reconsider the policy if he can justify extension.
Okay.
If he can't, it becomes a moot point.
Okay.
And just for clarification, you're also recommending that only the commercial portion of,
Of everything we discussed, that is the most viable,
Because you anticipate
And it
a
gives them-
sale down there,
and it gives
correct?
him a path forward.
Okay.
And I know that he's been talking to the neighbor about utilizing that commercial space.
Okay.
Whether it's developable,
Mhm.
I don't know.
Okay, does that seem urgent to them?
I don't know.
I sort of feel like maybe we should kick that one on to next year. If it's just about that tiny little wedge on the bottom, and we don't even know what shape that wedge is going to be, and it's contingent on a deal between two private parties, I don't know that that's really
I have
falls in our
no,
bailiwick at this point.
I have no objection of putting that small area into, was it commercial?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just eliminating the rest of it.
Okay.
I'm surprised that it has any potential use, to be honest. You've got the riparian habitat just to the south. It's got right up against the freeway. It looks like it's going straight uphill. I don't know what value it has commercially.
Well, and it's in
I
the
don't know
slide
what,
zone.
what detriment it would be to allow it either.
Mhm.
Okay, so
So there would be no residential, we would not do the
Yeah, no
residential.
No
So-
Just be
residential,
this.
just that small piece of
Okay.
commercial.
I'm okay with it.
okay,
Okay.
I'm fine
shape
with
to be determined. All right. Okay, let's do
We'll
that then.
accept it as with staff conditions.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. On to Woodland Commerce. Only two left, folks. We're doing great. It's not yet 11 o'clock. Okay. So the change that staff proposed for this one was including medium density residential zoning, just so that they don't have to rezone later if we gave them low density. And that seems reasonable to me. There was some talk about.
That's reasonable to me also. The applicant's requesting to remove the planned urban residential development requirement, and that's what we had the discussion.
Right. So, Brian, why don't you start on that? I think you had some thoughts you want to.
Well, I'm just going to reiterate what I said before.
Okay. So you like that tool? You like us having that
I
tool?
like more zoning tools with an area like that I think is a unique opportunity.
Microphone.
It's a unique opportunity in that location, and once it's built, it's built. There aren't any other, easily ready spots along the river that I've seen along here. I think you can still do your plan with the urban residential development. There may just be there might be some extra open space, but I don't think it torpedoes your project. I think it adds more zoning tools, which probably isn't palatable to you.
Which is understandable. Cool. Thank you, Brian.
Well, I don't see where, I mean, they're building condos. There's only so many ways you can do that, from my experience, and I think things could be taken care of through a developer's agreement and some other elements of that to accomplish the same thing without having them tied into the PURD code.
Okay.
Brian, I know that both you and Tel had concerns about visibility of the river and open space. And so I talked to a number of people, and they're like, Are those guys nuts? Was kind of the answer I got. Like, you can see the river from the bridge.
Yeah, and across the river, you have a manufactured home park.
And across the river, you have a manufactured home park, and you can't see the river for the trees. And so I'm like, I'm like, I would rather address our multifamily code, because we don't really force multifamily developers to build anything other than a box. And I don't know that our PURD code is going to address it in this circumstance either.
It'll add incentives to providing amenities, and in that location, I think more amenities are better than less.
Okay.
I agree. And, I am sympathetic with the, maybe less sympathetic and more understanding that, the developer, the applicant would prefer fewer obligations to us, even if they, I also believe they're operating in faith and want to do what's good for the city. But imperfect as it may be, I like having that tool at our disposal. And again, and I don't think it will significantly hamper their plans or their.
Well,
bottom
maybe
line.
they could get it knocked out at the city council level.
I would prefer you not suggest that to the people here.
Oh,
but,
they already
they
know that.
Open secret. So I guess at this point we're still split.
We're not split under staff's recommendation.
Just
We're
with the
we're
PURD,
split
yeah.
with the specific request.
Just C.
Yeah, just C. So we like 2. We like the addition. We're just 1C is the sticking point.
Can we pass it on to city council that we wholeheartedly supported the change and we're split on the PURD requirement?
I think we can only. I don't think we can. I think we can only forward unanimous decisions. I don't think we can forward split.
So if you were to make a motion to remove 1C and it was a 2-2 tie, or it didn't pass, then it would be no recommendation whatsoever. Your current recommendation is to include it
as a PURD.
1, A, B, and C.
Well, I
So
guess I'm
unless you
stuck.
can agree on something, it would go forward as it was previously recommended.
Okay. So
So we're back where we were.
we're back where we were, but so kind of as it stands, C's staying in, but we still have a choice about whether 2 goes with it.
I'm in favor with adding 2.
I'm in favor
That gets into the density that they wanted.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Ready to move on to the last one?
Yes.
All right. Be Young RV. The staff change, again, is just adding a medium-density residential zone. Seems less.
I'm in favor of that.
Yeah.
I believe that's what Mr. Young actually specifically requested too.
Mhm.
It is.
Yeah, and we just didn't
I'm in
have
favor of it.
any actual zoning applied before, so thanks for staff for adding that. So we're good there. And
That's it, isn't it?
yeah, that's it. I just real quick, I do want to mention the road issue there, and I think wider than just that particular road, I think it would behoove us to consider our road standard in this city. I think we build them in such a way that encourages people to drive way too fast through them, and that people in Cherry Blossom Lane right now can enjoy playing in the street. I think that's a right that really everyone in the residential zone should be able to enjoy, and the way we currently develop that is not the case.
And to cap that, there is, at the end of Cherry Blossom Lane, you are looking at the potential of, at the end of Cherry Blossom Lane, there is a cross street to the north that is still out there hanging.
Yeah, there's a stub.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I think we could get by with a lot less in terms of our residential roads.
One of the problems that when you bought that property, you bought a lot in a subdivision. Your legal description says Lot 4 of Cherry Blossom Lane or whatever. And on that plat, it shows you these right-of-ways. Now, they've never punched through, but those right-of-ways are on the plat. And those were probably required at the time they recorded that subdivision for cross-circulation. Like Travis was explaining earlier, there's, you don't want one way in, one way out. Eventually, the thought process was that was going to be punched in maybe next to another smaller subdivision or short plat like you have. It turns out this is a larger one, but the two turns right before it hits your road will significantly slow down that, that straight through hot rod traffic. But I'm not going to lie to you, there'll be extra traffic, and that's going to be an impact, and I don't know if that's unavoidable.
So it will be open?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Most likely, yeah. And there are a lot of tools that can be used to calm traffic. If you look at traffic calming and road diets, those are things that you can certainly advocate for to mitigate the things you're worried about, and can potentially make your street even better than it is right now.
There's a vacancy on the Planning Commission.
It's true. It's true.
When is she within the notice window? She would be, right? When they do the notice for the next development for B Young, they're going to have to do a notice, and you'd probably be within the notice radius,
Yes,
I would
if
imagine. And then you can submit written comments about, hey, this road needs to be safe for all the reasons you explained tonight, and you can show up to the hearing and also give testimony.
And part of
It's so much
part
fun.
of the PUD is you have to have a neighborhood meeting with the neighbors. So future development on that site would have to meet with the neighbors and try and get them involved pre-application.
Okay.
And the other thing that isn't totally clear is that there's an additional right-of-way that has to be dedicated from the manufactured home people before they can do any of this. So,
We got potential that's going to happen in November, and so I just want ways to, if it's going to happen, it's out of our hand. I want speed bumps, I want a speed sign, I want a roundabout, I don't know what.
Do you have sidewalks currently? I'm sorry, I haven't been down that street. You don't have sidewalks. Well, when they put that road to connect, that road's going to have sidewalks, and that'll be safer than your kids riding in the street.
they may not want sidewalks.
I think the safest thing is all the kids in the street.
No, you won't be obligated to put the
The other
sidewalks in.
direction.
That's,
It would be on
just in
their
the new
side.
development.
The other way.
Your lot will feel smaller, but in actuality, it's already dedicated for sidewalks.
Well, they're not, but they're not going to put sidewalks on her lot. They'll just do it on the, they won't have to improve the existing road.
No, they will have to improve the existing road.
Is that true, Travis?
I don't think along Cherry, no, I don't think.
Oh, you won't?
No.
Unless they're developing along
that.
Unless it becomes an arterial and they decide to improve it in the future or something.
Now,
right?
we could potentially use impact fees or go after grants for walking routes, which is something that we would consider in the long run.
Okay.
But it's not going to happen until they acquire additional right-of-way anyway. Isn't that correct, Travis?
I don't know what the right-of-way is for Cherry Blossom.
Not
It's
for
an
Cherry
older one, it's
Blossom.
probably 60, right?
So I'm talking about the connection
So
to,
out to Atlantic, that has been sized to allow at least a minimum 2-lane road with curb, gutter, and sidewalk on one side. So they would be able to create that connection with at least an in and an out. But eventually, we will need a turn lane and stacking at Atlantic. But that won't be developed, that additional right-of-way won't be developed until the manufactured home dedicates right-of-way and finishes the rest of that road.
Okay, so the other half. Okay.
So it won't be a full street, but it'll be at least 2 travel lanes.
would it be adequate for the multifamily? That's not what I understood.
Well, define adequate.
Well,
Does it meet
the
the minimum?
staff report said that they would be required to obtain additional right-of-way, and now you're saying that's not the case.
For a full width street.
For,
that is
he
correct.
was saying for, I remember that discussion was about improving half at a
So it's the
time.
minimum necessary that we could force them to do to ensure that a adequate connection to Atlantic could occur.
So it could happen.
So it could happen.
Okay. I think that's it. I think I personally am ready for a motion on this.
I move we adjourn this meeting.
Nope, no, let's not move
Have
that.
to move.
Let's please retract that.
Just say we're
I
gonna-
rescind that. I'm ready to go home, though. Sorry. I
We need a
apologize.
move, we need a motion to
Can I get
pass a
motion?
recommendation on.
Can I get a
motion for Burke, like you did for Tony?
Oh,
Oh,
Is that the only one you need?
And then I will need a motion on
the whole thing.
the whole
10.
thing.
Okay, so motion for the Saxony Pacific request. We were okay with that, so.
So I
Let's just do it.
move that we adopt the staff, we recommend to the city council that that it be approved as per the staff report.
the UGA expanded to Burke Road.
Okay. Would you want to repeat that, Travis?
So you move to expand the urban growth boundary to Burke Road, to the east edge of Burke Road.
Okay.
There's a next step here, folks. You know what it is.
We need a second?
That
I'll
was
second it.
great work. Okay. No discussion, I think. So
No discussion?
we should roll call anyway.
Okay. Connie Taylor,
Yes.
June Jones.
Yes.
Brian Mattson,
Aye.
Tel Jensen.
Yes. Okay. Great. Motion carries. All right. Then last one, folks. Home stretch. Who wants to tackle it?
Not I. Which one are we tackling?
It's the big picture.
big
what
map.
we've been talking about.
The docket map recommendation.
Okay, so I have it started by saying we have moved to forward this docket map to city council. So somebody can pick it up from there if you want to.
But can it be a broad ranging as per staff recommendations and conditions outlined in discussions?
I think.
So I have, a list of the changes. So let me read those to you so that you can follow them through the staff report, and then if you agree, you could quote my quote. You
Or
can make
you
a
can-
motion
or you
to
can-
adopt my,
Your stuff, and then you can tell me
does
what
that
it
make
is
sense?
later.
Yeah.
So what I got is for Franklin Loop, you wanted to eliminate number 2 and add MDR zoning in its place. That's Franklin Loop.
Okay.
For dike access, there were no changes. For Aho, you wanted residential for the Ferguson property, commercial for the Waltz property, west of Pekin.
Commercial for the Waltz Meats property?
For this one.
Yes.
This one here.
Oh, okay.
So I took.
Well, I didn't, but
That's what we were talking about. That was the swap we were talking.
So I took that you were flopping.
That's what I thought we were
Yeah,
doing.
that's
That was my understanding.
okay.
No PURD and whole lots included. Beatty was no change. Loomis was as recommended, no changes. Woodland Commerce was as recommended, no changes, and B Young RV was as recommended, no changes.
That aligns with
That was my understanding.
my understanding. Yep. So that. So I think Connie, yes, you can just say a motion that includes those things.
Okay.
I'm looking at you.
Just bear with me. Okay. I move that we recommend to City Council that they accept the comprehensive plan map amendment with the changes outlined by the city planner. Will that do it?
That works for me.
I second it.
Okay. Any discussion? I'm just gonna go down the line. June.
You want to vote, do you want a roll call vote?
Not yet. I want to make sure there's no more discussion on this. Just want to do it right.
I'm appalled.
Okay, so no change.
Yep.
Brian?
I'm fine with the motion. I don't have anything else to add.
Okay. And Connie, you made the motion, so.
I have no further discussion.
All right. So we're ready to vote.
Okay.
No. I had a question,
Last
but I
chance.
don't. Tony's already done.
Tony's done. We did
Tony
Tony.
is done,
Yep.
yes.
All right, let's do it.
June Jones.
I'm going to abstain.
Is that okay? I think it's okay. if
The
we
mayor
do
had
this.
requested if someone was abstaining, that they state a reason why they are abstaining.
I don't like the commercial designation on the Waltz Meats property.
Okay. Let me make a note. I'll come back to that and get a note. Brian Mattson,
Aye.
Connie Taylor,
Aye.
Tel Jensen.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
Lord.
So
That's it. It passed.
it passed then. We have two aye votes, one no votes, and one abstention, so it passes. And your reason was you don't care for the commercial designation?
I don't like the commercial on the
okay.
triangle bordered by Wayland Loop and South Beacon.
Okay. I believe that concludes our business unless there's any more staff report. In that case, I think we should adjourn. You want to make a motion? Make it formal?
It doesn't have to be.
I move we adjourn.
You don't have
All those opposed?
to. No.
All right, thanks,
We're done.
everybody.
And tell I'm a very happy person, but I
I
hate
understand.
moving the farm ground around.
I wish I had said there were some more people here, but Cowlitz County really lacks a strong.
The developer, whoever's going to buy that site and propose a development on it, there's a requirement in the code that they meet with neighbors
feel like I've been
about
sitting on a
concerns and